protection. I will always be around. Will it ever get sunny? Oh, I wonder, honey. I'm tired of being in the line. You say it will. I'm caught in your addictive brain. You say it will, yeah. I'm causing the obsessive mind. You say it will. I'm caught in your addictive brain. You say it will, yeah.
everybody, welcome to Simsport Racing International. I am Dylan Pick. Today I am joined by Chris Hill in the commentary booth, and this is the SSRi 12 Hours of Barcelona. Hello, Chris.
Good afternoon. Oh, yes, it is just good afternoon. No, it's still good morning over here in the UK, isn't it? Oh, good lord, I've already messed
Is
up.
brunch deemed a time, or is that just a meal?
I think it's just a meal, that. Are you looking forward to this, sir?
I am, mate. It's the longest race I've ever commentated on. I don't think we're going to be here for the full 12 hours, but we are here for the opening stint. It's going to be an exciting race. We have a 31 car grid with 3 not starting, so if my math's correct, we've got 28 cars on the grid. There's 27 so far in the server, it seems. So it's going to be a good race here.
Yeah, track conditions looks like it's sunny as well. We'll go there shortly, obviously.
Always good for the drivers, that. But yeah, it's we have the 138 car on pole. They are the championship leader after 2 rounds. This is the 3rd round of 6 in the SSRi Endurance Championship. It's GT3 cars on ACC, and unfortunately, the 2nd and 3rd place in qualifying was on Tuesday, was it not?
It was on Tuesday and Wednesday.
So 2 days of qualifying. Sadly, the 2nd and 3rd place cars in qualifying do not start, which is a bit of a shame, really, because you would want those fastest guys to be grouped up, so maybe the 138 car on pole, the team Racing Point, might not have as much challenge. And 2nd place in the championship, who would have started in 3rd, the number 5 Odyssey Racing team, they do not start, so unfortunate that we don't have them. And also the 2nd place car, the 715 MLS Racing team, they also do not start. And then there's also the number 33, they are meant to start 11th. They will not be starting either, so they are the ones that do not start. The race is expected to get underway in just about 5 minutes time at 11 o'clock. What are you expecting from this circuit today then, Chris?
Hopefully nothing that we experienced a couple of years ago in one of our league races, where there was a multi-car pile-up way before turn 1 on the first lap, which was quite surprising to everybody. Everybody knows that the race is won in turn 1 as well on a 12-hour endurance, don't they? So I'm hoping to see not so many incidents, but good clean racing. That's all I can ever hope for.
I've run down to turn 1. It's a mighty long straight. It's nearly a kilometre or so here at Catalonia, and the start line is fairly high up on there, so it's going to be a long, around about 500-600 metre run towards turn 1. You think the people starting lower down on the grid can put some pressure on the pole team, the team 138, the team Racing Point? Do you think it will be under pressure going down towards turn 1 with how long it is towards the apex?
Again, it's the opening lap, isn't it? Do you really want to be putting that type of pressure on, or do you want to bide your time? The smart people will bide the time. The hot-headed ones will want to get up there as quick as they possibly can, take as many positions as possible in the opening corner, and then see where they get from there. All we can say is it's certainly going to be exciting.
It goes back to the old saying, the race can't be won at turn 1, but it can certainly be lost. And in racing or sim racing, those truths will always be told, and it's unfortunate. We don't expect it, but we don't want it, but the likelihood that someone will end up with damage or a little bit of contact towards turn 1 is almost inevitable. It's a heavy braking zone, and then especially through turn 3 as well, it's a middle speed corner. It's not quite flat. There's going to be a lift off, and certain drivers will be taking different lines, have a bit more confidence in their car. With the array and differences in how the cars behave in GT3, makes for an interesting spectacle, especially on lap 1.
It does. The other thing to consider is the different types of car that are in the event. Manufacturers, I should say, not classes. It's just a single class GT3, as Dylan's already said. But we've got a range of BMWs, McLarens, Porsches, Aston Martins. I think there's one Lamborghini.
Can I have a look for you now?
But the variety, there may even be a Lexus in there now, and there's a Ferrari,
The Lamborghini is meant to start P10. It's the 990 Snack and Sons. So they start P10. They'll be jumped up to P8. Both the two do not starts. There's a Lexus that's due to start P17. The number 38 Slip and Grip Sim Racing. There is the qualifying order, I believe. There is our grid. So it is the team racing point for 138, the championship leader on pole. They will be piloted by Flavio Mancini. I'm going to butcher a lot of these names, so I do apologise to everyone who is racing today. If I mess up your name, I do apologise. And second is the 169 Team R&E Racing. They're on the McLaren 720S. They are being piloted by... not who it's... oh, Benjamin McConnell. I'm looking at the wrong sheets I've got here. So yeah. Third place, there's the Team Abbey Racing. Fourth, J-Dog Simsport Blue, and so on, so on. You can see the drivers there that are starting. It's very confusing with with a few teams not starting. Yeah, so on pole, the Team Racing Point 138 car, then Team R&E, third place Team Abbey Racing, J-Dog Simsport are in fourth, Team Rocket Scuderia, ironically in a Porsche, start P5, P6 Wild Things Racing, P7 Team Racing Point for number 77, P8 Snack and Sons, P11 DGTL Racing. I've lost where I am. It's really confusing with all of these do not starts, but yeah. That's about the top 10 for you.
Well, it's going to be even more confusing if we... I'm sure Tom, our broadcaster for today, will scroll down the grid, but you mentioned the Team Scuderia in the Porsche. You just have a look at his livery as soon as it's shown, because you will be even more confused.
The 488, here is the grid then. It is yeah, it's a bit of a confusing one here. Where is this Porsche?
There you go. There is the Porsche.
Well, you're not going to be able to miss that one then, are you?
It's very well done and has been done for our confusion.
There's the Lamborghini as well. I think you're going to be looking out for that one.
I am, because one of our hopeful commentators that will come and join us later on, Patrick Prince, is a member of that team.
One of the best cars, it probably is the best car I've seen in person, the Lamborghini Huracan Evo. Or a British GT race. It is beautiful. You can hear it from a mile away when it's coming out of the pit lane. Absolutely beautiful car. It's one of the best cars in sim racing as well, in my opinion.
It is, but what I was alluding to much earlier on when we started babbling on about what cars were taking part in the event was, which one do you think is the most suitable for Barcelona?
Oh, all three, the top three were all in the BMW M4. So I would probably put it to that one. I'm not the most knowledgeable when it comes to Barcelona and GT3s. I'm not a big fan of this track, in all honesty. It's got a bit of a reputation for being a bit of a boring track when it comes to racing. Hopefully we don't have that today. As you can see some of the cars on the grid having a bit of porpoising when they bounce around on the grid spot. Maybe it's probably the Mercedes that are doing that. There is our favoured
Porsche Ferrari.
Confusion. German car with an Italian livery in Spain. Might as well have called it Team Eurovision.
I think it gets even more confusing. It's driven by 3 Dutch people.
Right.
So definitely multinational.
No discrimination going on there whatsoever. It's what we like to see, but the cars are away on their formation lap then. It's going to get even more confusing when the drivers aren't actually... where it's not named, it's the drivers that we'll see, not the team name. So it just gets even more confusing for us to have to work that out. My first race here is... you're probably going to have to... I'd be along a bit on that one here, Chris, with who's in what team. come the end of the 12 hours, we'll probably get used to it. So, apologise for any mistakes in the comms here, but nonetheless, we're here for the racing, not for us, and we are not too far away from getting that.
I'm pretty sure they're already used to the confusion and babbling commentary that I normally bring to it. So you've been brought in to bring some professionalism to it, my friend.
And then a 16-year-old for professionalism shows really the level Chris is at here, but you know what? It's going to be a good time here. Also, strategy. What are you expecting with this one?
Well, the driver stint times are set at 75 minutes, so the cars that can get that length of time out of the fuel will be capitalising on that. I'm sure they'll be turning the engine maps down to try and get as much running as they possibly can before swapping between drivers. So, yeah, we should be seeing approximately every hour and a quarter, something like that.
Tyres will go that long as well.
Tyres?
Yep.
I can't comment on that, but what I will say from stuff I've been reading is everybody's expecting the tyres to melt. The track is 36 degrees at the moment, which is slightly tepid, let's say. So it would be interesting to see if these tyres do last a full stint, or we're going to we've really set the cat amongst the pigeons by setting such a high temperature.
So then, as they form up through the final sector, 138 on pole, the team Racing Point. They'll be alongside them will be the 169 Team RNE Racing as we go through one of the most hated sections in all of motorsport, this final chicane. We're going to see some issues here as well on lap 1 if it's all close together. But as Flavio Mancini will round them through the final corner, not Mancini, it's Simon Lezzi. He will have the jump then, he will have control. 12 hours of Barcelona SSRi Endurance Championship. We build up towards the line. We are green then, and it's a very good launch there by our favoured Porsches. They're already trying to find a gap. They're 3 wide in the background, but it's a good start there by Leslie as we pile down nearly 4 wide into the background there. It's the Lamborghini that was on about at the start, trying to dive down. Is he going to be able to bail out of it? There's a bit of contact there. It's been hit into the background. Who is that? There's a massive pile-up. Chaos into turn 1. There's 3 cars off in the background. More going forward. Who's that in the background? I think that's a BMW pushing his way through. And then there's an Aston Martin that's been pushed to the back then. As we go through turn 3, we've had a bit of a chaotic start. It's now Ambrose that leads then. We've had a change in leader. Where's Leslie? Leslie's dropped down a bit. So the pulsar to the team Racing Point 138 car. Oh no, still in the a bit confusing around the timing screen then.
Don't forget, Dylan, that the timing screen is a bit awkward in ACC. It gets to a sector before it starts updating. So I can tell you that the team Racing Point 138 are still in the lead.
Oh, who's that off? That is the number 41. Who is that? That is the AMR R2R Racing team. They are. We've had a bit of an accident there at turn 5, it seems, but we go down towards turn 10 then. Single file so far, trying to line up a move in the background there. Who is that? Well, we won't be able to see, but we come through the final sector here. Matt Tubby, he's in the Lamborghini that we pointed out. Probably my favourite GT3 car of all time. As other chaos has ensued in turn 1. There's our favoured Porsche as well, just in the background in 6. But at the end of lap 1 then, Leslie's from Hackler, Neville, Ixley's, Tubby, Lenzen. Tubby with the fastest lap then, Wellborn. Very confusing here. So, what happened there on lap 1?
Pretty much what we said was going to happen, didn't we, with the hot-headed guys? But I think it was only a slight bit of contact that caused such carnage. It wasn't a dive bomb, so to speak, which is what we really do not like to see. It was just a slight touch, and it took 1 or 2 competitors out, and then after that, everybody starts panicking.
Yeah, indeed, it was a good 5-6 cars at least that got caught up there. Bit of action though here with the number 4 car behind him. There's Obon and Hugard, the number 42 Team DGTL, trying to get past the number 38, which is the slip and grip racing that was on about in the Lexus, as we pile on through the middle sector and up towards turn 10. One of the 2 main overtaking spots on this circuit, I'd have to say, are up there with turn 1, which, as we saw on lap 1, didn't go well for a few people there. With a bit of a gaggle, but already Leslie putting up a 1.4 second lead then, already pushing ahead there. Is that the cars behind maybe pacing themselves a bit better, or is it's just aggression here, trying to build up that gap? Maybe could that come back to bite them in the long run when it comes to strategy and having to pace your tyres and fuel?
I think if I recall correctly from the qualifying, I think Simone, sorry, as we go to replay of what actually happened at the start. So let's try and see. So there was a slight contact there between Team Abbey Racing and the Wild Things Racing team. Team Abbey go off to the left, and then not quite sure what happened with the CBSR team there. They just seemed to spin on their own. Could be wrong, and then that caused multiple minor incidents behind, which made it look chaotic.
Oh, heroics into turn 1 were attempted, and some people came out with zeros. Bit of pushing as well. I think a bit of the problem was drivers and cars trying to find some space on the track, and it's inevitable in sim racing really, as the Ferrari tries to go around the outside of turn 4 there. I don't think they're going to be able to quite pull it off. They've been squashed right back down, losing a place there, but can they get back into turn 5? They think better of it.
So what we're actually seeing here is the Team Abbey Racing of Mike Abranoza that started in P3, was it? This is his current position of 19th, yes. Trying to claw back all those lost positions.
They were one of the ones that went sideways around the outside at turn 9. Don't think it's going to be possible. Can they find the move then down towards turn number 10? They're tucked into the back of the number 6 Aston Martin, I believe that is. They're going to down the inside. Can they pull it off? A bit of a fight back there from the Aston Martin, but the Aston number 6 might be vulnerable from the number 11 further back, but it's a good move there by Abranoza, my friend. There we go. First butcher of the day. We might get a bit of a counter going here.
Well, I won't worry too much about it. There's two Abranozas in that team. There's Mike and Nelson, uncle and nephew. So you've got a
combination you don't normally see there. It's normally father, son, or siblings, but yes, with your uncles. There we go. So we are on lap 3 now, I believe. I've already lost track of it. It's down towards turn 1. There's the number 73 going at it. A bit of a gaggle there, as is that one of the Aston Martins having to swish out wide as one of the McLarens tries going down the inside at turn 3. Not a normal overtaking spot, but nonetheless for number 24 trying as they go down towards turn 4. Can they get late on the brakes? There's a bit of a tree blocking our view here, defending around the outside for number 73. Can he hold on to it? He's trying his very hardest to have the inside line in towards turn number 5 as this battle rages on. The McLaren gives him space, yields a position. That's made him a bit vulnerable further back to the number 73, I believe. I'm not even going to attempt to save that, but the THRC 2.4, the number 73.
Schalke Vervac.
Schalke Vervac, brilliant. This is going to be absolutely wonderful. He's also in an Aston Martin.
And he also only races with one arm. So there you go.
There's some information. How does he do his gear shifts? Is that the number 70? Oh, bit of contact as the number 73. Bit of a late move there. Who was that then that decided to send it in late? Which one of the Aston Martins was that? Number 6? Was that for 666 for some heroics there? The Team Racing Point PS Evo that I think it was. Yeah, he was very late on the brakes there.
I think Abranoza's just lost out again as well. I think he got involved in that incident.
Maybe a bit of traffic, but what happened there? It was very late dive bomb attempt onto number 73. couldn't quite pull it off, but down towards turn 1 we go. We're going to see 4 wide again. We saw what happened in lap 1. Let's not have any repeat. There's on the inside, there's the McLaren. Late on the brakes there, we saw what happened. He's able to bail out of it there. The number 666 thinks better of it this time. The McLaren under pressure, sticking themselves on the inside line, very inside line. You lose out so much through the opening sequence of turns here. And look at the gap that's been built up. As the McLaren's not even in our picture as we go up towards turn number 4. Eyeing up a move there. The who's that in the background? One of the BMWs, I believe, bails out of it. And the number 73 again finding issues as they are now behind the McLaren as we go through turn number 5. The Ferrari, good line there from them. Going to get right onto the back here as we go through the middle sector. So now the number 73 is going to have to think about defending. Where the Ferrari's come up from? Can't quite see him. The ACC, like you said, very slow here, so it's very confusing to where everyone is. Oh, he was taking out a polystyrene board there.
It's a good job it's polystyrene, isn't it?
Yeah, it's number 73 eyeing up a move and on to the McLaren. No issues this time round in towards turn 10. Is the McLaren going to think better of it? Not quite able to get the switch back. Is that the 720? I can't quite see the not. Yes, it is the 720. So Reynard he's going to try and get this position back. Going to try and stick with the number 73, but he's going to be under pressure there from the Ferrari, the number 71 of Smith. That is the AR Motorsport team. We've got 5 drivers in that team, and they are all over the back of the 720 McLaren as we go down towards turn 1. Pulls out the slipstream into the inside line. Can he hold on to it? Does he have the overspeed? The McLaren does have a bit of a slipstream, but he's going to be boxed in here by the 73. Down towards turn 1 we go. Gives him the space, catching a bit of the curve there, the 71. Not quite going to be able to pull the move off. Tries to line up a better, more preferred racing line as we go through turn number 3. As you can see, the McLaren drifts wide there. Now the McLaren's going to be vulnerable up towards turn number 4 by the BMW further behind, but they are boxed in, not going to be able to pull it off. But the number 71 Ferrari of the NAR Motorsport will prevail here. And now what can the BMW further behind? The number 48 pulls out, bit of a late move there, but the 720 McLaren gives him the space, and the BMW going to be side by side all the way through the second sector up towards turn number 7 and 8. Thinks better of it, bails out of it, but now onto the back is the second McLaren. The number 77 is now on the back of the BMW, so trying to set up an offense, having to bail out of it then makes you vulnerable with how close everyone is grouped up as we ride on board with the 77. As we can see this little action going on as the McLaren ahead goes defensive, the 720 car. The BMW, the number 48, thinks of it, but very early on the brakes. Number 77 nearly catching the rear here as we go through the tricky final sector here at Catalonia. And what do you make of this opening battle for the minor places so far, Chris?
Certainly entertaining, and I'm hoping that everybody that's in the watching in YouTube at the moment is enjoying this battle. We've certainly got some chatting going on, so thank you very much for coming to join us. If you like what you see, like what you hear, like the view, and subscribe to us.
Don't judge my awful commentating. It's still early for me. You normally get me on my good spots at around about 7 at night, but I don't think I'll be here for that, sadly. But Leslie with the fastest lap so far. This is the battle for third. Matt Tubby in the Snack and Sons, your Lexus, I believe that is. Oh no, it's the Lamborghini. Getting everything all confused onto the back of the number 61, the J-Dog Simsport Blue team. To the leaders, 3.5 seconds lead that Leslie has been able to pull out. The live timing has just decided to disappear for me on my phone.
I'm just trying to find what the fastest lap time is at the moment. Let's have a look.
Oh, this is the battle for 10th as one of the Aston Martins pushes the 992 Porsche, sorry. Yeah, the number 42 trying a move. I believe the Porsche tried to move down towards turn 10 there, and the Aston Martin doesn't give him the much space, pushes him onto the curb. Eyes up and moving towards the final chicane, thinks better of it. It's not really an overtaking spot. It's a good exit there by Aston Martin, gonna They're also going to have the slipstream from the number 38 Lexus up ahead. They won't be quite as vulnerable up towards turn number 1. Further back though, there's the 2 BMWs going at it for number 16, right into the slipstream of the 212 up towards turn number 1. How late on the brakes do you want to be there? Very defensive there by the 212. Late on the brakes, round the outside, he defends. It's a brilliant move, but it catches the curve there. The overspeed is too much for the number 16. Has to bail out of it. It's too close to be able to make an overtake. Unfortunate there for the number 16. Side by side now, though, up towards turn number 4. This should be an easier move, able to pull out. 212 thinks better of it, tries to get a bit of a switchback, won't be able to get it done, though. That is a move for the number 16. They move into 11th. Have you found that fastest lap time?
No, I'm useless, aren't I? I pressed
You're
on a
not
load.
useless, but
I pressed on a load of buttons and it wasn't the right one, clearly.
I will try and find it first now, then, if you want to do your thing.
Do my thing.
It is a 144.8, I believe.
Oh, we've got a 15-second time penalty for car 12.
Is that for its antics in turn 1, or what is that about? Let's see.
I'm sure Tom will post it for us shortly. There we go. 15 seconds.
Pause
time
the
penalty.
collision. Yep.
Yeah.
Car number 41, that is...
That's the R2R racing team. With Rudy Stewart on it, driving at the moment, currently down in 25th position.
So that was one of the gaggles of misfortunes there at turn 1 then that we saw. We are with for number 77 currently down in 22nd. The one of the many racing points. How many racing points do we actually have in the field today?
There are 3, I believe. I think there's car 77, the 138, and I think there's an Evo team.
We'll have a look for you now. The 77 is race, and the Evo is the 666.
Yep.
So
Good job. You've got a lot of information to hand, isn't it?
indeed, this is why you print all your stuff off. This is why I do professional stuff. I don't sound professional, I sound awful, and my hay fever just makes me sound even worse today. I do apologise if I sound deathly ill, but 15 minutes into the race, we've had some interesting antics so far, as we predicted on turn 1. Up towards turn number 7, we go over number 666, the Racing Point Evo, who was on about defending their position from the number 33 Aston Martin. From behind as we go through turn 9 up towards turn 10, a bit of a wide line there for the 333. Which team is that? That is the Team Abbey Racing, as they one of the ones that were, yes, that's a name I'm not going to attempt to say because I will butcher it, so I'll leave that one to you, Chris, to say.
Like Abranosa?
Abranosa, there we go, yes. Wide line through turn 9, couldn't really set up the move in towards turn 10. As we go through the final sector, a bit wide there, a bit deep in towards turn number 13 for the Racing Point Evo. So now as we go up towards turn number 1, Abranosa trying to regain those positions. They started P3. Up towards turn 1 we go, tucked into the slipstream. It's Aston Martin on Aston Martin, so you don't really have to worry about the other teams having a better engine. Is he going to be close enough? I don't think he is, unless he wants to find a late move, but not that silly. He goes a bit deep, right onto the back. They has to think about going a bit wide. It's a beautiful livery, though, on the Abbey Racing team. I must say, I do like that. The Aston Martin drifting a bit wide there is the 666 car. And we saw that if you run a bit wide on turn 3, you're very vulnerable in towards turn 4 as the trees block us very deep. Then as we're going to switch back for a late apex, I don't think you're going to be able to do it. There is Abranosa. It's just names I can't say. The number 666 driver, who's that?
Siatsu?
Siatsu, right. So yes, out for 15 for Siatsu and Abranosa. I promise at the end of the day we'll get better with these names.
I'm sure they don't mind.
We'll just say the driver names. It's very confusing when you've got drivers when there's driver swaps and stuff. It gets very confusing as well when we'll get there by the end of the day, surely. It's right now we've got the 333, the team I'll be racing that started third, got knocked down in the chaos in the turn 1. And then there is the Siatsu in the Team Racing Point Evo. Both Aston Martins. This battle's been going on for about a lap or so, right onto the back. Who do you think's really going to come out on top here? I mean, do you think it's a long race? I'm sure Abranoza's going to want to be. The team qualified up there. Surely they have the pace to do so. But this is our leader, Simone Lezzi, in the leading Racing Point car. They won a 3. Approaching a 6-second gap now to him and Hakola. The number 169, that is the Team RNI race, or the Team RNI ACC.
So I think what I was trying to say earlier on before we cut to replay, Simone, obviously you've got the information right in front of you. I think he set the fastest time during qualifying of something like a 1:42.972.
No, that was Flavio Mancini that set the pole time.
Was it the team?
Was the team that set the fastest lap in qualifying, yes.
So if you on the sheet that you read, if on the sheet
it was Leslie. It was, yes. I do apologise.
Tell you what, I spent 2 nights doing all that, and you just go and butcher it and tell me I'm a liar.
Oh, let's not go so far. We'll see at the end of the race. Oh, it's your favourite Porsche. It's
Dan Wenson.
It's Team Multiculturalism in the Team Rocket Scooter. It's a British team as well. It's Team Rocket with Jensen Button's team. It's all going tits up here.
They're just messing with your head.
British team with an Italian name and a German car at a Spanish circuit with Dutch drivers.
Yes, I'm
It'll
sure.
be sponsored by Eurocar.
No, don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas. I'm sure. Well, hopefully, one of the team members, Yannick, may come and join us for a quick chat if he's available. Not sure what he's actually up to today. He might just be doing his stints and then got other commitments. But it'd be nice to have a chat with him to ask him why he came up with this confusing name, livery, and everything.
Combination and everything, yeah. They went a bit deep in towards turn 1, nearly taking off the back of the BMW ahead of them. They are fortunate not to, but it did mean they lost half a second. And they went deep into turn 4 as well, so maybe feeling the pressure here, but they've got 11 hours and 40 minutes to go here. Just chill out a bit, get your laps in, get your opening stint. I mean, once you get into the opening stint, they should be fairly happy with it. As yellow's on circuit, where is that?
And 1.
Now we are back green, so it's who's gone off at turn 1. My screen isn't going to be doing the best. I believe
Car 6, I think.
Yes,
yeah.
The car 6 that is the Sim Racing Holland 2. Yeah, so if we're able to get a replay, that'd be nice, so we can see what happened down at turn number 1. We're a bit blind to that.
I suspect he may have run a bit wide, outbraked himself and run a bit wide and gone over the sleeping policeman there. Sleeping policeman there. That's should say sausage curbs, really, shouldn't I?
Oh, booby traps as they may as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's really what they are on certain curbs as well. Even just normal curbs, just like to spin you out if you get too close onto them. Turn 9 is a bit of a spot if you spin the wheels a bit too much on there, but you can have a bit of a spin in towards turn 1 we go then. Turn 1's fine. Does he get onto the sausage curb as we said? Or as I was saying, it's just onto the curb. Uses the rear a bit there and
spat him into the wall. Dear.
Be a bit of damage where I think they did go and bonk the barrier a bit.
So let's see if he goes into the pits to repair that damage. He's staying out.
It's deep into the final chicane as well there, so maybe a bit of angle with that move there for the number 6 car. Again, names I'm not attempting to say, but back to the earlier battles we were seeing. It's
so this is
ahead
This is a sister team of. Sorry, talking over you there. I do apologise. This is the sister team of Sim Racing Holland. This is driven by a friend of mine, Bart Zwering. At the moment.
I'll have to remember that name. I should have really gone over these names with everyone. I should have looked over these names and gone, how do we say all of these? Because it's not going to be fun. Up ahead there, the battle for 19th, Palus, Smith and Trappini.
Ooh, we've got a drive-through penalty.
For Shiatsu. No further action between car 6 and number 71 on lap 3. I can't remember what that was. But the number 666 causing a collision with the number 720 on lap 3. I think I remember that. The race control pops up. Thank you to our to our TV director. More names I'm not going to attempt to say, but Tom Vandermeer.
I think Tom's going to say, yeah, that's all right in your ear, that. As Ali Shiatsu comes through to serve the drive-through immediately.
Bit of a topsy-turvy one then for the Team Racing point. They've got a car leading, they've got a car with a drive-through, and then another one wasn't... Who was the other one, if I can find it?
77? Currently in 20th
yes,
place, I think it is, with Trappini.
Weren't they caught up in a... they were caught up in the... one of the turn 10 incidences, I believe, where everyone just got a bit too hot-headed, a bit late on the brakes. And sent it a bit down too much, so it's unfortunate for them. But here, Jost Vert. Vermeuren, right, this is brilliant. I'm learning, it's like being back at school here.
Hey, I'm guessing.
Well, I can say Jost. Or it might be Just, I don't know. We've got a Dutch guy, Jost. We've got a Dutch guy in our ears on the TV direction, so... Just. So thank you, Tom. For number 16, they are the 610 Motorsport car, very easy to remember. Or the BMW M4. Again, so through the final chicane up and move on to the number 38 car. That is the slip and grip in your Lexus that you were talking about earlier in the stream, Chris. So down towards turn 1, he's very close to the back. He's going to be pulling out before halfway into the toe, or down the straight. He's tucked right into the back. Is he thinking of a move? He's going to pull out late. He does for number 16. He's going to get late on the brakes here. He bit deep, but he holds on to it. But going a bit deep onto the curve there, kind of blocks the Lexus not being able to fight back there. So that is very good by the number 16, 610 Motorsport team. Bit wide through turn 3. Is it going to allow the Lexus to come back at them? I don't think he will, and that is a move done there for Verman.
And that's what we do like to see, is really nice, clean overtaking manoeuvres like that.
Deep into turn 1, able to hold on. It's the unfortunate with the turn 1, 2, 3 complex. If you go a bit deep, it does allow you to block a bit into your favour. As the our favourite, the Team Euro, I'm giving them free sponsorship here. The Team Rocket Scuderia that doesn't like my brain anymore. Yeah, no. Car number 12 still not served a penalty yet, but. And oh, here we go. Trappini in the other race, in the second racing point car, going a bit wide onto the gravel, holds onto it nice. So this is the number 48. Number 48 isn't actually marked down here. That's very confusing.
48.
It's actually down as 47 on the spotter's guide. It's the Racing Dudes Motorsport 2, nonetheless. Under pressure here then from Trappini in the number 77 Team Racing Point car. Sister team does lead the race. They are going to want to try and mirror the success that their
well, here we go then.
Are doing.
So if they've down as spotter's guide as 47 and the car number is showing as 48, that means that they've joined in the wrong driver order. So I hope at the end of the race they don't get a DSQ for it.
Oh, you don't want that. I may have just gone and got team disqualified. Imagine wasting 12 hours of your day just to one little mistake like that.
Can't tell you how many times they are warned about joining the right order. I think it says it right at the top of every page of that sheet that you're reading the drivers from as well.
No, just nothing on there. Just no. Yes, it does.
It's almost like I produced that, isn't it?
It is. I was actually using a different sheet. I was using the Spotter's Guide that I believe someone else had done, not the qualifying sheet.
Ah, right, yes. Mr. Vickers of the Team Abbey Racing team has produced that Spotter's Guide for you.
Team Abbey Racing, where are they? If I can...
Currently 14th now, with Mike Abranoza.
Making steady progress. Abranoza 2.5 seconds behind. Now, in the number 222, Audi, that is the Green Moose Rookies, currently being piloted by
Sebastian Reynolds.
Thank you, Chris Hill, for being my name person.
What's worrying me here is I'm not actually reading that from anywhere.
Just know off the top of your head.
I can't remember people's birthdays or anything like that, but I can remember people's names in this stream.
Well, you forgot how to spell my name earlier, and it's one of the simplest names you probably can.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't want to spell it wrong and put an extra letter in there, and we won't say that on stream what that could have been.
Very funny, you already made that joke on Sunday.
Sorry. Dad jokes, you don't like them, do you?
And there was a mix-up on their end with the car numbers. I've gone and snapped my pen holder thing, so that's brilliant. But yeah, Martin Patter has just said there was a mix-up, I believe, for the number 47. I don't know, but yeah, apparently a mix-up on their end with the car number.
So Martin Patter is one of our. I'm trying to think of a very good way of saying this. Martin does a lot of donations to our Discord, to our community, and we really do appreciate it. He's one of only 2 or 3 people that have got the hero status within our Discord, so thank you, Martin. I know you made another donation last night as well, so we do greatly appreciate it.
The sponsors, we can say. He might be. Oh, he could actually be he might be a dragon from Dragon's Den, giving us all of our money. One of the investors.
Might be.
The word. Investors. There we go. Like Dumber and Dumber. Well, like Dumb and Dumber. Sorry. Brilliant.
Brilliant analogy.
And I butchered the analogy as well, just shows the level we're at. But we are on board with John Doe Germany in the 992 Team JBP Motorsport, as they're all on the back of the number 38 Lexus that's lost a position as well to in the number 42, so they're going right down the order as the number 992 then on the back of your favourite Lexus down towards turn 1, thinks better of it, doesn't want to go too heroics here. We might be seeing people sending those in the last few minutes or in the last hour or within the last hour, trying to find the gap in towards turn 3. Never ends well there if you really find the gap. Don't always listen to Ayrton Senna. But as we go side by side towards turn number 4, late on the brakes, is he going to go a bit deeper? Was that early there for the number 38? The number 992 pulls it off, standard move there. Lexus doesn't really fight back. Number 38 car. Being piloted by Andrew Wellborn. Smart right now, he knows it's a long race, it's 11.5 hours left of this. Just being patient, taking your time as he then goes a bit deeper, makes mistakes. We're complimenting him on getting to the end, but this is the number battle for 20th, number 12 and the number 71. Number 12 trying to go down the inside at turn number 4. Is going to try and go around the outside here of the number 71 Ferrari. At turn 5, can't quite get it done. Brilliant defensive work there by the NAR Motorsport. Currently being piloted by Jacob Smith as we go side by side up towards turn number 7. Can he hold on to it? No. Where
are we trying to say Bart's wearing?
Bart's wearing. I can't even. The camera quality for me right now is so poor. I've said Bart's Bert.
It's okay. I'm sure he'll answer to that. You should see his teammate Ernie.
Ernie.
I'm not joking there. Actually, they're one of the teammates is Frans van der Linden, another friend of mine. and their avatars are Bert and Ernie.
Absolute class. Well, they have number 12 also as a penalty, so that's probably why they're getting a bit of a move on. They have the 15-second penalty for causing the chaos at turn 1 on lap 1, I believe. So they are on a move on to try and gain that time back. Currently 20th, and they're already pulling a bit ahead there from the number 71. Ahead though, I believe Balfour 5th. And Lenson still on the back of Pixley there, the number 79. The Wild Things Racing still, Balfour's 5th, still going on there between Wild Things Racing and Team Rocket Scuderia, our mind-hating, the ones that hate our mind. Here we go, still going on. This has been going on since lap 1 here, we're on lap 18 now, so this could realistically go on the whole way. I mean, I'm not going to complain, a nice little battle all the way through. I don't really want to be, it's not going to be fun having to commentate the number 488, which just chaos the whole time.
Everybody's wondering what chaos theory looks like. Just look at that car.
There's a weird message from my mum in the family WhatsApp group. Since we're on about cars here, I think the exhaust has just fallen off my mum's car.
Oh.
Interesting.
Well, that's not good. So is it one of the cars on track? Is it a Porsche? Is it a BMW? McLaren?
Sadly not that fortunate.
Okay.
Suzuki
yes.
wagon. I'd like to see someone race a Suzuki wagon. They don't have the best centre of gravity, those cars.
No, they're the ones that used to call the Suzuki turnovers.
Probably. If the exhaust has just fallen off of that, I mean, that's always wonderful. Here is our race.
As long as you don't have to go and repair it. Sorry, carry on.
Simone Leslie, he's built up quite a healthy lead there. I mean, it's so good, it's not even loaded on ACC. So, take good pride in there. Simone, as I will try and find it. It's 11.7 seconds as I try and find it. Currently no more penalties so far. I mean, so far, the number 138 having a quiet run so far in the opening 35 minutes of the race.
I think that's not an L either. I think it's Ietzi.
Oh.
I think it's Simone Ietzi.
Oh, it's an I. And there's a sure fun way to check this. I have the sheet in front of me where the I's and L's will be different. It is Ietzi. Good spot there. So yes, Chris Hill, going to be correcting me all stream apparently.
You know, that's all I'm here for. Quality control.
Quality control. Oh, so far, I mean, we have produced quality, not quality commentating, but quality everything else. We're here for the laughs, not for racing, apparently. That's why there are 38 people still watching.
That's good. So thank you again for watching. We do appreciate
it.
Means that we're not just talking to ourselves all day, doesn't it, Dylan?
Yeah, it means we're making noise for our time. It's gone up to 43 people now. David, we're doing a bit of comedy here. Here's some camera time for Eric Neville and the J-Dog Simsport Blue. They've also had a bit of a quiet race as well. They just about avoided the chaos at turn 1, and now they're just ahead, casually going along with their day. Now, do we know of any cars that might actually have damage as well from a turn 1 incident as well? There's a thought.
Maybe the CBSR racing team, they were involved. Team Abbey may be carrying minor damage because it was sort of into their side.
Ambrosa.
I'm trying to think who else was involved there. Perhaps the 41 car.
41 car is the incident that had the damage. I mean, there was a turn 10 incident as well, and 720 they were involved in an incident because the 666 got the drive through. So 720 might have some damage as well. Oh, 5-second penalty, as I'm on the penalty chat. 5-second penalty for car 992 causing a collision with car 42 on lap 9. So that is
992's the
German.
Yeah, John Doe, Germany.
It's the JBP Motorsport in the Porsche. They caused a collision with car number 42. Caused a collision with
42's
car
DG Tel.
DG Tel. Yeah, so Casper Hoggard in the car right now. We have any idea what went on there? That was a long time ago, so still together, aren't they? So any idea what might have happened between them? Both. Oh, Matrix. Oh, yeah. So both Green Moose. Both Green Moose racing teams have damage as well, apparently. So that is the number 212 and the 222.
So that's the BMW and the Audi.
Yes. Did we? Who was it that went off in turn 1 that brought out? It was the 41, wasn't it? That brought out the yellow.
That went into the barrier. That was car 6.
Yeah, 41. 41 does have damage, and car 6 will probably have damage.
Yeah.
How long will that probably take to repair, then?
It depends on the severity of it. It gets added to your pit time. So what you tend to see in chat is we were carrying X amount of time of damage, so 20 seconds. In some extreme cases, of 2 minutes. And you get cars that if you ride on board and they're carrying. Here we go. Got a replay of as you requested.
Is this the incident that's brought out the penalty? Ooh. Yep. Bit late into turn 5. Oh, unfortunately, that's nearly been collected there as well. Fortunate to not have an even bigger penalty for that, because that could have been catastrophic there. There's a bit of an optimistic move there by number 992 car, currently being piloted by John Doe Germany, or John Doe Germany. This is the battle for 12th. Ambrose. I mean, we've seen a lot of him today. He's on the charge after being punted at turn 1. Down the inside of the number 38 Lexus, losing more positions, and they're going to be under pressure from the Audi as well. You pointed out earlier, I mean, the Lexus really falling backwards here as Branoza gets the move done. Now the 222 Audi is carrying damage, I believe. It's the one of the Green Moose racing teams, which someone pointed out does have damage.
I've been very kindly sent a message from one of our chief stewards, Damien De Kaiser. Thank you, Damien. And he's provided me a link with where I can get more information about the stewards' decisions. So,
can send that as well. That would be very kind.
I'm sure Damien's listening. He may send it you. So car 992 caused an incident by attempting an overtake. They did give the position back to car 42. So what would have been a 10-second penalty was reduced to a 5-second because he actually gave the position back.
That's fair enough. It's justifiable. I mean, oh, hang on. I've just noticed as well that the 488 has got past the number 79.
No.
Yes.
Has that happened?
That has happened apparently, and another position is going to be lost here for the Lexus. They have about 6 positions they've now lost as Bastian Renali, Rhino, sorry, as I remember your pronunciation of that earlier, Sebastian Rhino. That's what moved on, but and Lenzen in the Team Rocket Scuderia 488. It's a Ferrari number as well on a Porsche. A little bit wide on the curve there at turn 8. They were building a bit of a gap up towards Pixley in the number 79 Wild Things Racing. Richard Pixley piloting that right now, currently in the slipstream as we go up towards turn 10. I don't think he's going to be close enough to get the move done. Late on the brakes there, as you see, he continues going on. Bit twitchy at the front there. He tries to put pressure on, Dan Lenzen, who finally got past him after 24 laps of non-stop battling. I believe, have I been sent something? Yes, cheers, Chris. This is the move. The number 79 just goes a bit deep there, and Dan Lenson says thank you very much. He will take that position. Well, he's been putting pressure on all race so far, and it's what happens, I guess, then. I mean, constant pressure finds a mistake there by Richard Pixley.
I wonder if the Car 488 team are worried that their power unit is going to go bang like Leclerc's last race.
Oh, it's a Porsche. Remember, it's only just a Ferrari livery. It's not actually a Ferrari engine.
No, that's what you think. You don't know what's under the bonnet, do you? Could be a Ford Pinto. They could just be completely messing. Could be completely messing with our heads.
But they might have got a Toyota engine in there to make it German.
Yeah.
Sorry, to get the Japanese engine in there.
Well, I said yes to you because the Toyota Rally team was run out of Germany. So. And the Toyota Formula 1 team was run out of Germany a few years back.
Well, so far, I mean, Benson's starting to pull a bit of a gap there to Kingsley, so maybe quicker driver out of those two in that battle, but just they know how long they've got in the race, so take the time, get them moved on, and this is Just Vermanen, number 16, 610 Motorsport car, trying to get past Tig, I believe that is. Was that a bit of contact on the back there? There's a bit of a early braking, it seems, by Rettig in the number 4 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport Yellow. It's a very weird name. Hot Air Balloon Motorsport. Team
Hot Air Balloon Motorsport. So they actually have 3 teams in our endurance championship: yellow, green, and blue. Blue's not taking part in this event.
There's not Pokemon games on it.
I can't comment on that. You can ask Dominic if he comes and joins us in the commentary later on.
I have news that apparently the 488 does run a Ferrari engine, so that is not good news for them.
Thank you very much for that, Tim.
For number 71 as well, I've just realised they are in a Ferrari as well.
So we sparked debate, J-Bot Racing, which I think is James Mead, saying not a McLaren GP2 engine on the straights.
Well, maybe that's what's going on here, is the two McLarens in second and third are falling a long way behind. Simone, our leader, in the number 138. Comfortable so far for the championship leader. He first in Silverstone and second in the Nurburgring, and so far fairly dominant opening 45 minutes here, but it's a long race, anything can happen. I mean, like we alluded to, engines can go pop.
They certainly can, especially if you do a series of fierce downshifts. Not unknown for it to happen in ACC. Particularly on the Mercedes. We haven't got any Mercedes in this event, I don't think. No, we haven't. But, yeah.
We just had the pulsing on the grid at the start where cars were bopping about.
As the guys loaded their setup. So only 14 minutes of this race left.
Only 14 minutes?
Alright, 11 hours.
Hello, there's Jos Vermanen. Oh, clobbering the curve there. I said you can't overtake there at turn 14 and 15, the final chicane, but you're going to go for it anyway, and I think that's Jos Vermanen getting past Rettig. Rettig, though, in the slipstream, can he get the overspeed and try and get the move done? Maybe he felt a bit hard done to there. Can we get a replay of the move, maybe, Mr. TV Director Tom?
That's a very good move, and what you don't want to be doing is riding the sausage there, isn't it?
That can cause damage as well. Apparently you're correct about something.
That's unusual. That's where I said it's... Again. Oh, good lord. There's one about James Mead, who's one of the retirees from the race. Oh, sorry, didn't start the race. Odyssey Racing Team, car number 5. So he's joined us to watch the stream, which we really appreciate.
Fair enough. I mean, what I was expecting to happen as well has kind of happened, because the second and third fastest teams in qualifying haven't started. I mean, Etsy has run off, and here is the replay of the move then. Around turn 12. Oh, turn 13. Oh no, forces the move, or forces the mistake there by Rettig through turn 13, goes deep. To be fair, the kindness of Rettig was his undoing there, because he leaves the space as well then after going deep, and because of how tight it is through that final sector, then ends up on the sausage curb, and 10 out of 10 for landing, but goes very deep there, Rettig as well, in towards turn 14 to avoid the sausage curb. I don't think you want to be doing that though by missing the apex, and now Rettig's going to be under pressure from Casper Huggard in the number 42, Team DGTL Racing. Over back as we go towards turn number 1. Thank you, Mr. TV Director, for giving us this camera. Backs out of it there, Casper Huggard. Not quite close enough, trying to line up to move there around the outside at turn number 3. Is he going to be able to do it? Aiming for a later apex. This is normally what we've seen people do, get the later apex in turn 3, and they're normally side by side coming up towards turn number 4. I don't think he's going to be able to get it done as the trees block our view. He's not quite close enough. He's going to swing around for a bit of a later apex, try and just get the speed in towards turn number 5, and the joys of GT racing. Them being a lot slower with less downforce than Formula 1 cars, and a late move there goes deep, and that's not what you do, Casper. You saw that coming from a mile away. Oh, that was not... I think Rettig saw that one coming and gave him the space. Wow, what do you think of that one, Chris?
It did look a bit like a dive bomb, didn't it? And as you said, Rettig just try and get out of his way, and with fortune, there was only minor contact there. So I expect an instant report to be filed about that one, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not given a position back there. I mean, almost on the level of who was it on Sunday in the SSRi touring cars that decided to go bowling on Knock Hill. I forgot who it was.
Was that Simon Wilkes? No, it wasn't
Simon Wilkes. It was... I can't quite remember. It was one of the back... They took out Mattis Niger and caused his race to be awful. Back to the battle for 8th over... possibly controversial battle for 8th with Casper Huggard and Rettig towards turn 1. Oh. This is where we see the morals come out as well in racing. Will Rettig, certain drivers might just go and give one back up at turn 10. We could have seen Rettig go and warned him out for weighing on. Cheers for that. Repaid the favour, but you also have to think it's not a solo race. You've got some people, 4 other drivers with them. I mean, Casper is only riding with one other driver, and Rettig is riding with 3 others. So you've got to think about your teammates as well in all this. I mean, one wrong move can put your whole team out of a race. And blue flags, who are the blue flags for? Can we spot it? I believe it's for 720 McLaren being told to get out of the way of the 2 cars here. Indeed it is. Thank you, Mr. Race Director. He's on point now. It's the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport getting the first blue flags of the race. Yeah, we have seen anyway.
Yeah, they're currently running in last place, unfortunately.
What's actually happened with them? They were quite a way up. They were with Siatsu, weren't they? Further up. They were in the battle for 19th with Alus, Smith and Stewart and them lot. So what has happened there with number 720? Oh, were they? If I load up the race director, penalties.
Oh, they have.
Yes, they were involved in the collision with the number 666 car.
Yeah, so that's why. Yes, so the 66 car got the drive-through for it. So they must have been carrying other damage. Or perhaps they still are carrying damage and trying to get through to the first pit stop.
Was asked for the pit wall live link as well in the.
If
you can put that in there. Lenson's now on the back of Tubby, so once Lenson finally getting past the but Pixley's now got himself onto the back of Matt Tubby in the 990 Snack and Sons Lamborghini as he run up towards turn number 10 where he got the move done last time. And Pixley is trying to force the mistake.
So, being told in the chat that the Team Hot Air Balloon Green did indeed box and repair damage.
Which one's that? That is the yes, the 720. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So, unfortunate fair race, but again, 11 hours. It's a long way to go. But right now, we're focused on this battle for
They're Italian giants, aren't they?
European giants. I'll correct you on that one, Chris. To save the confusion, there's some blue flags as well. I think that's going to be being waved.
Or for car 6.
Yeah,
So
Matt
Sim
Tubby
Racing Holland 2.
screaming to get out of the way there. Boxed him in a bit here. Can Lenson get the move done? He peeks to the inside line, but the patience of Lenson that we've seen so far this race. Very smart endurance racer here. Bit deep in towards turn 2 for Matt Tubby, maybe able to find a move there, but as the characteristics of turn 3, Dan Lenson gets a bit boxed in and will be unable to chain up the move in towards turn number 4. I mean, so far what we're seeing is a lot of corners being chained into one another. It's kind of typical of Barcelona. I mean, it's not just one turn you can kind of get a move done, you need to sort of link them up. If you can't get it done at turn 1, need a good line through 3 to set up into 4, and that's where we've seen probably most of the overtakes actually. It's actually in turn 4, not turn 1 like we expected it to be.
Yeah, there is the recognised turn 1 overtake, as you say, where you set the car up down the straight. Sometimes it is into turn 4. We've seen one or two moves down the back straight, and then the surprising move into the final chicane.
It was more a bit of an error from
Still an overtake.
yeah, from Rettig, but nonetheless, yeah. I mean, well, you could say Casper Hoggard's move was still an overtake, even though he went and did a bit of a not so kind manoeuvre. This is the battle for 14th with Anthony Terhorst. I'm going to be corrected if I'm wrong with all of these Dutch names. Up towards turn number 10, as we were just on about, we're seeing some moves that he's looking to go round the outside there, as that is the Lexus again of Andrew Welburn, losing out of position. Oh, that was late again there. Over number 77, Trappini. He's already done that once today, earlier in the race. Lap 3, wasn't it, where he went a bit late in towards turn number 3 and got a bit adventurous with his brakes, trying to find the gap. Just because the gap's there doesn't always mean you should go for it, and could that be potential damage for the number 69 cars? He's trying to get right onto the back there. Andrew Welborn has just gone down in positions again. He's lost more to the Audi and then the number 212 car. That's one of the Green Moose cars. He's probably going to lose 2 more here as we go up towards turn number 1 for Lexus. Very vulnerable. It's Anthony Terhurst and the number 69, who is that is the CBSR Racing. Tries getting it done, a bit boxed in there, and Trapani boxed in again, can't try and get the move done. This is going to invite Kessie. Oh, what's gone on there? That's and Andrew Welburn is not going to be happy with that, as he's gone further down the order there, and he's going to have to be careful when he rejoins the track. So his car's further ahead coming through turn 3, and he drops all the way down. P19, wow, P20, sorry, wow.
That was very clumsy. Very clumsy.
Who caused that one? I was paying attention to Kessie in the number 24 Bytown 360 team catching up as well with the little battle.
I think Anthony was trying to go on the inside of Andrew, and he sort of clipped him and spun him round.
Said earlier on that we can't really do. It's not really that would happen if we go down at turn 3. We said that earlier, and look what's gone and happened. Proven right again.
Tom will
not so.
No, perhaps we're not so dumb. Yeah. Tom will forgive us a replay very shortly, I'm pretty sure.
Right on cue, here we go. Up through turn 3, the gap is... Oh, that was never happening.
Very clumsy. Very
We're able to
clumsy.
get an on board view of Anthony's if we can to Horst's. If we're able to, that would be greatly appreciated. See what would happen, because the gap wasn't there, and he tagged him in the back there, not beside. It was very confusing, but penalty's probably coming his way as well, so we'll keep an eye out for that one, as Trapini, for once, had gained a couple of positions from that with something. Here we go. Thank you, Tom, on board as we go through turn 3. Takes a bit of a wide line, and the characteristics of, and he just catches the back wheel, and yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a passage in there after that one. Was Andrew Welburn.
Thrown him right down to the 20th position now.
Yeah, he's just... The way he was heading, with how much positions he was dropping, he was heading that way anyway, but Anthony just sent him there sooner, unfortunately, so you get less good racing, but he is being caught by the number 71, that is being piloted by Jacob Smith right now. It's the NAR Ferrari. Their engine might go boom as well, which alluded to earlier.
So is that the Ferrari, or is that the Ferrari Porsche?
This is the Ferrari, not the multiculturalism Ferrari, as we're going to try and get as many names for the 488 as we can. I'm sure when no action's going on, Tom's probably going to give us some pictures of the 488 just for the hell of it. As I say, that they are only half second back from 4th place, who is right on cue, Matt Tubby and Neville as well. So I believe Eric Neville in the number 61. Have I got his name right? It is Eric Neville in the J-Dog Simsport Blue. We said they had a bit of a quiet race. They are slowly being caught though by Matt Tubby and Dan Lenzen, as Dan Lenzen heading up towards turn 9. This is where he got turn 10 now. This is where he got moved on Robert Pixley about 10 minutes ago. Up towards turn 10. He's not going to be close enough, and I'm guessing Eric Neville's just going to be hoping these two just squabble at it a bit. But so far, Dan Lenzen's been very smart. He's not gone for any moves that he doesn't need to, just keeping in there and waiting for the mistake, or maybe trying to build up with strategy and being able to sustain the slipstream as well. You can save a lot of fuel, which is another benefit, as he catches the sausage curve there, as we politely named the booby trap, or as you called it, the secret policeman.
Dylan, I don't know if you can see the endurance chat channel. Unfortunately, viewers, you won't be able to see this, but if you have a look in there, there's a very interesting picture of CBSR Racing team's headquarters.
There is that of the endurance chat.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
So I think this is Aaron van Druten, and that in the chair there driving is Anthony Horst. So
just someone's front. It's someone's living room.
I'm sure Aaron will tell us in the chat what's going on there. But yeah, it's a pity we can't share that with the viewers.
Was that the if I can find him, is that the number 69?
It is the number 69, yes. So
if you quickly have a look, right, look in the bottom right corner, there is a bottle of beer. You think that's maybe what caused that little move in turn 3?
I cannot possibly comment on how much these guys drink.
Is there any penalties for driving drunk in sim racing?
There isn't, no, I'm afraid.
Well, any moves you do end up doing, you were a bit off it.
They have joined one of our fun events absolutely out of their heads, with one of them doing the driving and one trying to do the commentary. It was hilarious.
Oh, no complaints there. I mean, in the league I run, there's a guy that only gets a podium, and it's a bit of a running joke in our Discord that he only drives good when drunk. Whenever he does end up getting a podium in the race, you can always ask him, and he has been drinking. I mean, it's amazing. He drives a lot better. Absolutely, what's the polite word? S-face, I think you.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, I think
I'm going to imply there.
I think that's exactly the same for the CBSR team. Aaron's just commented in chat. No, it's a dedicated room for racing.
0% alcohol beer, but it's not beer.
He's lying. I'll tell you, he's lying.
I think the 0.0 is just a facial expression after what happened at turn 3. But right now, back to the racing. Then this is the battle for 17 with Workman, Palus, and Vering, whatever it is.
Bearing.
Thank you very much. Zvinkadink is probably the nicest way you can put it. Bit chaotic in towards the final chicane there. Zverink and Palus then. It's a bit defensive through the final turn there by Palus in the number 48 BMW. That is the Racing Dudes 2 car that has the
As he goes down the inside.
That's a very good move there. Very good. Well, it was very early on the brakes there by Werkman. What a move there then. As he's getting a bit squeezed wide there. He's going to have the inside line through turn number 3. And now Werkman's going to be under pressure from Zverink as we go through turn 3. And Zverink shows the other Dutch guys how it's actually done in towards turn number 3. And a bit of a defensive line there by Benny Palus. Not realising that the squabbling behind him is also going on. And in the space of 4 corners, 2 positions lost there for the number 12 car. There also was a 15-second penalty added onto it. So far, I don't think they're enjoying their outing in this first hour of racing.
Yeah, the first hour's gone quick, hasn't it?
It has, in all fairness, so it's caught me off guard, in all honesty.
I didn't even see the time tick down.
It's just about gone lunchtime, so what do you think these drivers are going to be doing? And actually, when you think about it, they're only 10 minutes away from the first rounds of stop with the limit that drivers have, and now Zverink down the inside of number 48. Very simple move. He gets that done, and now he's up into P17. He'll say thank you very much and get on with catching McCasey.
Well, he's got to try and make some space now, hasn't he, to try and accommodate for that 15-second time penalty he's going to have to serve at the first pit stop.
Indeed. Now going to get the foot down now. Where is Ambrose?
Ambrose up in 9th.
Yeah, exactly. He's on a flying comeback. He's only a second away from the number 992, but also the 5-second penalty. Lenson, I've just noticed, is now up into 3rd, so he's got past. And over 2 cars behind have pitted, so here's the first round of pit stops, which were just about Eric Neville was the car previously in 3rd, going to come out just ahead of the number 71 car. Into the pits then, Verrat. They're currently running in 25th position. Actually, you don't want to speed in the pit lane, you don't want to cause any 2 problems, and now we'll see the first round of driver swaps as well.
Yes, I'm just trying to catch up on that myself now. Unfortunately, ACC doesn't update straight away on the timing tower of who's actually driving the car. So,
how long are pit stops tend to be?
About 45-50 seconds.
Depending on damage and penalties.
So we've seen that's certainly a driver change at car 77. Michel Meldenti now taking over.
Realistically, they all should be doing driver swaps now. As you said, there's a 75-minute cap that drivers can do.
No, that's not true. They don't have to change drivers. It's just a driver stint time of 75 minutes.
So
they as long as they come into the pits and fill up or
within 75 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, it's approaching lunchtime, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of them do end up swapping some drivers. I mean, I'm regretting not eating before this.
Hashtag me too.
How professional we are. And then TV director chimes in as well. Yeah, so we've all messed up. I'm going to probably make a swift message as everyone piles down pit road. This is the number 18 of Ali Siatsu, and Ronaldi Stewart, and the number 41.
So that's
Also, piling into the pit lane. Ieza still. How far actually? If you can, you check, as Hackler's now into the pits. So I will scrap. I was going to ask, how big is the actual gap? 27 seconds. Jonas Hackler in the RNE Endurance. Very nice livery, that. Everyone finding their pit garages then. Sadly, it's not all done up and we can't, not everyone has their own personalised pit garage. That would be a brilliant feature in ACC if you could actually have your own customised pit garage for these things.
The difficulty with that is that it's a random joining feature of which garage you actually get. So.
We also saw Dan Lenzen in the number 488 trying to overcut the cars he was battling. They are currently, if I can find them, Matt Tubby and Eric Neville in 11th and 12th. So we'll see where Lenzen comes out. Just as he's done his pit stop, if you can see on the mini map, I'm just trying to find them. It's the number, I've lost them, the number 61. Where are they coming through? They're coming through the final turn now. Down pit road. I'm just trying to see with the minimap in the top right hand corner of our screens where everyone is. There's Casper Hoggard. Still no news on the penalty, if there's going to be a penalty for his little dive bomb. You couldn't find anything on that out for me, please. Anyone in chat or Chris would be greatly appreciated. Lenzen, I believe, has overcutted Neville and Tubby, and Tubby and Neville as well are currently split by Paulus. They've now got a bit of traffic. John Doe Germany in the 992 Porsche. Here we go, there's a penalty, 10-second penalty for car 69, causing a collision with car 69. There's a mistake there by the race directors. Car 69, is that Hoggard? No. Look, causing a collision with car 69? What?
Yeah, I think they might have got a mistake. That's the one that we saw and commented on. So that'll be the for car 38, I think it is. The Lexus.
Is that the drinkers?
69 is the drinkers.
Indeed, no. No,
so Aaron Van. Oh, they must have had a connection issue. They've had a connection issue now. Yeah, so car 69 is still showing on the pit wall live, and now we have car 70 from the same team.
Very interesting then. So, is that going to be any form of penalty, or is that just a unfortunate issue?
I'm not sure what will actually happen.
Wait, they have to wait 2 minutes before they can start again, so there's a 2-minute stop and go.
The controls get locked, I think.
Ah. That is not good news then. There's an added on penalty as well. So Vede goes from bad to worse, but what really happens, isn't it, when you go for those sort of moves like that? Then any news on driver swaps as well? Whilst we've been busy looking at everything, Anthony comes out.
I think that's going to change to Aaron Van Drunen, because that's now showing as car 70. Our favourite car, the 488, is now being driven by Tim Neibauer.
Brilliant. I'm glad you pointed that out, as I would never have been able to say that in a million years again.
I'm not sure if car 18 has swapped drivers. I can't remember whether John Barth was already in there. Jan Barth, sorry. Car 42 has changed from Casper Hoggard to Chris Johansson. Car 77 is now driven by Michel Mordenti.
Has Sebastian Iezi pitted yet?
Yes,
Yes,
now.
it's right on cue. Right on cue. Leader into the pits then, Simone Iese. I don't see any reason of why they would want to bring them out of the car. They've had a brilliant first stint so far, and we'll see where this overcut brings them out. They're already 14 seconds ahead of second place, so we're looking at...
Oh, wow.
488 has actually dropped down behind Matt Tubby, who didn't swap, so trying to find where everyone is now. I believe the 169 has got ahead of Eric Neville. Yeah, very confusing. The 169 was the second place car. That's now being driven by McConnell.
I suspect there's some cars that haven't pitted yet. For example, the Wild Things Racing now coming into the pits. Team 610. 610 Motorsport coming into the pits now. So that's the second and third place current guys in the pits as our leader exits.
Oh, and can we get a replay of the move that Tubby did onto Nibauer? I don't think we saw that, as racing on exit there for the leader as the blue flags are out. Yields the position. He'll say thank you very much. Nearly heart and mouth moment there for the team racing point. Palos, sorry if I butcher your name, but yes, solid stint by you, mate. Hold on. Now we are just here with our wonderful race leader so far, and not pink livery, thankfully.
Why do you not want it to be pink?
That's team racing point.
Oh yeah.
Has that gone over your head?
It went right over my head, that one. Well done.
You must be about 4'5".
Only diameter. Anyway. This is the replay you requested, my friend.
Down towards turn 1, then he's already ahead for the braking zone now. Oh, very close there, nearly contact, but yeah, there is a bit of contact, a bit of argy-bargy door-to-door, but it's fairly clean, and that's a very good move there then by Matt Tubby as he goes for his second stint in the car. Very good move. Maybe they're wishing that they didn't bring probably hungry. There's the calendar.
We're not sending out subliminal messages.
Pardon?
So we're not sending out subliminal messages where a message appears on a screen for a very split second and you recall it days later. It's really bizarre how it works. You'd have to look it up. Anyway.
Fair enough. Anyway, back to the racing. This is Matt Tubby now pulling ahead from Naibaru. Wow. And Lenzen. Bro instant by him. I mean, very patient, got the moves done though when needed, and now Matt Tubby then back into 4th place. I think everyone should have pitted now as we've gone past the 75-minute mark. So Iezi, McConnell, Neville, the top 4. I don't believe I've done any swaps. This is Amber. This is you can take this one with the name. Trying to go around the outside. Mike Ambrose round the outside there at turn 12. Brilliant move there as it's going to go deep. Who is that that's just gone deep? Andermatt. He's going to lose out 2 places there. The number 222 Audi is now being driven by
222 Nikolai Schroeder.
Schroeder. Isn't Andermatt just going to drive all the way down there? I know it was number 16, so very confusing. Battle for 20th here, Peter Vanya forcing behind him Vervat. And a bit round the outside at turn 10. Can he get it done? Very defensive, trying to get the switch back. It's a bit deep. There's one of the Ferraris goes wide of Guntier. I believe the number 12 trying to find it through. They've served the penalty that they got for their lap 1 shenanigans. Number 71 holds on, and everyone just about holds on there then. After a bit of a dramatic turn 10, no one loses a position.
So the car 41 in the
Bit of contact there, a bit of a mistake. Why?
The car 41 in the Grand Shank past the 12 now is now being ruined by Oliver Anderson, who's also one of our stewards.
He's also one of the TCR drivers who was hoping for a better outing than what he did in the SSRi TCR, which races every 2 weeks on Sundays. Go check that out. I will be commentating that, and maybe Chris might join me next week for that.
We'll see.
So we can have more elite Dom and Dumber. Someone should make a poster about Dom and Dumber for us. I'll happily make that my Discord profile, my Instagram profile or something. So far, not being so dumb. Well, actually, when you go back to thinking that none of us have probably ate today, yeah, maybe we are a bit stupid. But we're here for the racing, not for the food. The battle for 20th rage is on. It's 19th now, as well as the Ferrari is on back for number 71, which is driven by Tyler. Yeah, Goofy.
Yeah, I was going to let you do that one.
Yeah, let me mess up for once. Oh, it's the Crimo. Oh, there we go. John Doe Germany now is a bit further ahead.
Oh, Adam Izalovic has just pointed this out in the chat. In 30 minutes, there's rain coming.
Spicy, spicy.
And all the drivers have just made their first stop. Will they be wanting to change tyres so early, or are they going to try and muscle their way out? I suppose it depends on the intensity of the rain as to whether they can get through. Yeah, as to whether they can keep out. Save a driver swap.
Yeah. Now another thing, would you, if there is a stronger driver in the wet? See, right now you could have the weakest driver in the wet. Would you do a driver swap to someone that's maybe stronger in the wet?
It depends how seriously you're taking the race. It might be a strange thing to say, but there are teams that do just do this for fun rather than the seriousness. So, me personally, I would like to hand over to someone that's more experienced in the wet than I am. But I would certainly give it a go for a few laps before making that decision. I won't just go, oh, rain's here, I'm off.
It also depends though, if you are just racing for fun, not everyone will enjoy racing in the rain because it is quite a stressful thing in all honesty. But as I was on about people who don't take it too seriously, the CBSR Racing has got their number back. They're now back to number 69 as they are now in dead last. They've taken that off the number 720, which was in last for most of the race really, as they got a bit punted here. But the CBSR Racing now being driven by Aaron van Drumen.
Well done.
But hey! Funny number with the drinkers, so we're probably going to come up with some fun nicknames for some of these guys. We've already got the number 488, and now I've got the drinkers going on as well. So it's all a bit of fun, but these guys, Aaron van Drumen, should be able to clear these cars. Is he a lap down of the number 6 as well?
He will be, because if they've had that 2 minute standing in the pit lane.
He's got to unlap himself as well. That's very unfortunate. Plus, he's still got the 10-second penalty that needs to be served.
Yeah, that'll be served in the next pit stop. So, I think the other team member of that team is Danny de Swart.
I will hand you now.
Koen Scepter, I think.
Tyler Gouffier into the pits then. What's this? Or is this potential damage?
It's very... Yes, because they've already swapped the driver.
Yeah, no. Unless something's going on and they've got swapped, we don't know. It's sim racing. For everyone knows, house is burning down. We hope not, but it's unfortunate. One of these things could happen, so maybe need a driver swap for that. We'll never know. Well, we will know at some point. So if anyone can go find some information on that for us, would be greatly appreciated. But the CBSR, Aaron van Drunen, Owen Septer, Anthony Terhurst, and Danny de Swart. The 4 drivers making up the number 69. Yeah. Why is the number 71 pitted? That is interesting.
Hopefully, if any of the teammates are in the chat, they can give us a bit of an insight into this, why that's happened. Could be any number of issues. Could be to do with the system, pedal sets. We've had steering wheel fail.
Hold on.
Could be disconnect.
Oh! Oh, they've got a DSQ apparently. Let's have a look. Is that a disconnect or is that a...
That's disqualified.
Yeah, I said... Why are they disqualified then? That's interesting.
If they've had a disconnect, it can do that.
And if they're back out then, so... Back to a bit of normality there. Not going to enjoy that they've dropped down, but everyone else behind them will enjoy the fact they'll gain some much-loved positions from it.
So I'm in communication with the stewards at the moment to try and find out why they got a DSQ. Hopefully we'll know soon.
I think it may have just been a bit of a mistake as they are back out on track now on ride with Simone Ietzi, our race leader, who's, I mean, not really put a foot wrong so far this race, have they? I mean,
it must be really boring for them out front like this.
I know, I mean, the only people that really pass is lap cars, but blue flags mean there's not even GT4 cars to battle with. I mean, they're always fun to try and lap when it's a multi-class race, but it's only GT3 racing with us today. Multi-class was always very fun and beautiful picture of sunny Barcelona as we are an hour and 25 minutes into this race now. Maybe the stands need to be a bit more full, a bit empty, man, in all honesty.
Due to COVID, that. That's how realistic this game is.
I mean, it's 2022, we're a few years past COVID now. Do you think your ticket prices aren't just a bit insane or something?
I'm not charging anything for this, honest.
You just like an arm and a leg or something.
Yeah. Kidney.
Bring your children or take the child labour. That's secretly what Tom is. We've gone and nicked him when his parents brought him and we nicked him, and now he's doing our TV direction. That's how I got here.
I could say it's ironic you're saying child labour and you're 16.
I'm 16, yeah, I've just realised that. That's why I got roped into this. Chris was just waiting at the gate. I was just here to watch some racing. He's gone and nabbed me. That's why I've not eaten today either. He's starving me until I do a good job. I'm rewarded with food. So he's given me like 10 strikes, and every swear word I accidentally say he takes a number off that, and how many numbers I've got left at the end of it will buy me he gives me like a piece of chocolate. Not a bar of chocolate, he gets one of those massive dairy milk bars, just gives me one of those little squares for every swear word I don't say.
Well,
so far I'm getting a whole 10.
In all fairness, I have I only bought a small bar. Expecting you not to be doing much swearing.
It's low. Oh, maybe, just maybe, Van. You just get a bit of a bigger budget. Then maybe you can put some caramel in that chocolate as well, not just some plain dairy milk.
So it looks like the 71 team got a DSQ for going over 100 in the pit lane. So they got an automatic DSQ from the game. It wasn't issued by the stewards. The stewards have very kindly cleared it.
Ah, so it's not just speeding in the pit lane, it's
Excessive.
very speeding in the pit.
Yeah.
It's a bit more of an excessive, it's double the speed limit.
I suspect they'll be giving only one opportunity to that.
Surely something like a drive-through or a stop-go should still be issued. I mean, there's... Can you say? I mean... I guess the DSQ and the time they've lost because of that might be enough, but still. Why did the 71 stop at all? It was very random. That's something we still need to find out as well. Why the 71 stopped in the first place, because it's a very random stop in general. Very confused. Are you there, Mr. Chris Hill?
Yes, I am. I'm busy being ignorant and replying to a message that I've been sent about a team that's having connection problems.
Which team is that?
Question. Volker Dischau.
Volker Dischau.
I think that's one of the racing dudes.
It's a driver, Volker Dischau. Right,
He may just be doing the team management. No. Yes.
It's Racing Dudes Motorsport 2. It's the number 47. Actually, it's the number 48 in the game, isn't it? Yes. Only down in 22nd, it's the number 48 because they've also got problems with the car. After reconnecting the tools, don't know. Currently down in 22nd, currently being driven by Henny Lefebvre. How many Flemish people have we got? We've got a lot of Dutch guys and a lot of Belgian people. Is this what we market to? Where's the Zandvoort race? We need Zandvoort and Spa, really, to give them a home race.
I don't think we have got a Zandvoort event planned for the endurance.
I'm just looking as well. Donington's on the calendar. It's very... I'm not complaining. It's my home circuit, so I will happily join you.
I think also that's on the 8th of October. I think the week later, I may be completely wrong here, I think it is the actual GT3 endurance there.
I may be going to that. Maybe I have to do a few more races with you lot, I'll become big and famous and have a little fan club there or something. Maybe they'll notice me and get me doing British GT at Donington, you never know. Maybe, right, if the budget's low and they just hire us two on a free. That's asking for your business to get cancelled. I don't think we've said anything bad so far, have we?
No, not that couldn't. And can't send me one back in the pits again.
Left this sandwich in the cockpit.
Well, throw it out. We might be able to catch it. We're starving.
We are. If anyone can come and relieve us for a good 20 minutes, well, someone's grandpa's driving at the moment or something. Six had some troubles in the pits and lost 2 minutes. Yeah, right. So Eric de Jong just pointed out the number 6, the Sim Racing Holland team lost 2 minutes in the pit lane. Or had some trouble in the pits. I've just got a message from my brother. What is Mr. Hill doing now, Mr. Investigator?
I'm still trying to sort out this issue where somebody can't connect. Unfortunately, we can't do anything during the race. And there's action going on.
Getting a move done there on the number 11. That is William Campbell. I think the number 11 went a bit deep there, Van Mellis, and then Campbell says thank you very much in the Bytown 360. Very interesting name there, Bytown 360. I want to know, what would you say is the most interesting name we've got that we've got here? I mean, there's a lot of very casual sort of jokey sort of names. It's not like
I think you've got to go.
Esports turning up.
I think you've got to go with the Team Rocket, haven't you?
That's confusing for a different reason. I think there's Wild Things Racing, Fast and Furious 2.0, Green Moose. That's Team Abbey Racing. That's a British GT team. Team Hot Air Balloon. It's got to be Hot Air Balloon.
Well, they've certainly got the longest.
Yeah, I mean, you've had to change down the size of the font for them.
Yes, indeed.
Actually, I don't think I made this one.
I normally change the channel. Sorry. Oh, good lord. Abbreviate it as well to THA, whatever it is, whatever it works out. So in the chat, Martin Patter has put Grandpa driving at the moment. I think that's in reference to Henny Lefebvre, who I think is maybe one of the oldest drivers in the event. I'm trying to recollect what age they told me he was.
He's in
Not
number
sure.
47. He's currently clearing some traffic there, I believe. And now for number 720, he's going to take advantage of the blue flag, and he's going to say thank you very much and instantly take that place, and will be up into 22nd. As Renard will be very happy to get a place back. He's gained quite a few tables down in 27th earlier on in the race, and now the Ferrari's down in last. We still have problems with them. I'm trying to just see where everything's sort of quieting down. I mean, the number 77's on the back of a number 222. There's a bit of action going on there, I believe. I'm just trying to look at the timing screens where everything really is.
So also, I've got some news on the car 71. They've got a technical issue on their PC. It stuttered and crashed. So the lead driver is reconnecting now.
The sim racing equivalent of your engine dying, you bring it into the pit box to try and get it fixed. So it's
Nobody wants that.
Yeah, your PC dying, the sim racing equivalent of, say, like at Le Mans when your engine dies or something, you have to bring it back, put it in the actual garage, and they spend like an hour looking on it for mechanics, and they bring the car out, but nowhere near anything at that point. But you're still going to finish because you can.
Oof. Sorry, I've asked Martin in the chat. Is he in his 60s? And he's put his son is.
79. Wow.
Oof. So
Michael Michelle. So we're seeing the number 77 Racing Point.
No, that's Lefebvre.
What?
Henny Lefebvre is 79.
Oh no.
Great respect.
I'm looking at the screen right now.
Okay, sorry.
As we're now looking with Richard Pixley, he's one of the Wild Things Racing, one of the teams that didn't do a driver swap. For number 79, catching Naiboa, who unfortunately everyone's got to do a stint at some point, but Lenzen had a brilliant opening stint, do a driver swap, and now that number 48 is losing a bit of Yeah, right, so the number 71 NAR Motorsport had an issue with fuel on the first pit stop for a second pit, followed by a wheel issue, no fuel again, and now the drivers had PC issues, so they will be retiring. So the first retiree of the race then is the number 71 NAR Motorsport.
Such a huge pity that is. I think this was their
Well,
first
I mean,
event.
we did make a bit of a joke there that the Ferrari engine has died. I think we may have jinxed that one.
I'm going to keep quiet from now on then.
No, it's funny, we can just say whoever we want now, their PC can pop. I've lost my...
So
Fuck.
at the moment we're looking at Bas Van Mellis in the car 11. Car number 11, Aston Martin. And you'll be surprised to hear this, Dylan, but this is another driver that's only got the use of one arm. And he is obsessed with steering wheels. He has a steering wheel for each of his cars.
I mean, that's... whatever floats your boat if you've got the money.
Thoroughly nice chap. Absolutely. Very helpful.
Now, by any chance, the two drivers are unarmed, does one of them have the left arm, one of them have the right arm? So that's a brilliant pairing that they could do.
I can't tell you that. Not because it's a secret, I just don't know. We did have a third driver that raced with us in the GT4s last season, a chap who's a real-life racer for Team E-Brit, called Luke Pound. He's only got the use of one arm as well. I think his nickname's the One-Arm Bandit.
As long as he's not stealing positions from... Well, if he's stealing positions from people, if he's doing it in an honourable manner, but if he's a bandit, I would say it's more along the lines of what the number 69 car did to the poor Lexus, which is now in 23rd, so even going further down there for Andrew Wellborn. But yeah, back to the number 71, we jokingly said the Ferrari engine would go pop, and they had a fuel issue, and then the PC died. So yeah, I think we can take pride in commentary with that. As Mordenti's trying to go down the inside. We have the only Audi in the field for number 222 Green Moose Racing that's currently being driven by Nikolai Schroeder, I believe, as they go through turn 12. He gets to move done at turn number 10 nicely. We'll say thank you very much. He'll continue on with his day, hopefully, and try and catch Richardson in the other Green Moose Racing car. He went a bit deep there at the apex of turn number 14. So, Mordenti trying. He's in a bit of a Green Moose sandwich here. How do you feel if you was in one of them? I mean, what do you think that tastes like?
Green Moose sandwich.
Yeah, I think maybe lunchtime's getting to us a bit here.
I think it is. I think it'd be really expensive because technically it's dead deer. Talking about venison here, aren't we? Almost.
Yeah, a bit fancy. This is where all the budget's gone. It's gone to our dinner.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm sat here next to a tub of crispy delights that are well known. So
Maybe,
give the clue with the name tub. But I daren't eat them because I'll wake the dogs up.
Well, maybe that's why all the fans are out of the stands, because they've gone into. There's a beautiful shot there from our TV director of turn 5, as you can see. 10 minutes time, the rain's falling in, and in 30 minutes time, it's going to be heavy rain. You can see the clouds rolling in. It's going to be heating up a bit here. Well, it's not going to. It's going to be cooling down actually with the rain. So, do we have any news on drivers that are strong in the rain? Do we have anything on that?
I'm not sure. Nurburgring was a wet race, so I think the top two certainly. Top two teams, I should say, certainly. The Team Abbey Racing are quite good in the wet, and if they're not, make me out a liar. John Doe Germany did a charity event for us in a Porsche Cup car last month, so I suspect he's going to be good in the wet. The Lexus is or was the best car to drive in the wet, so perhaps they've I'm going to say selected that car with the premise that rain was coming, because the drivers were told what the weather settings were going to be for this race, so there was going to be a chance of rain. However, the car selection is made at the beginning of the season. The drivers cannot change cars once they've selected.
Trying to see. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking Mordenti got past Richardson, but no, he was just a lapped car, just trying to see whereabouts everything was. Yes, carry on. And
Damien De Keyser has just pointed out that there's more rain coming in 30 minutes. So in 10 minutes' time, we're expected to see the first bout of rain, and then with increased intensity in 30 minutes.
Now here is John Doe Germany that's behind Casella in the number 666. That is the Team Racing Point Evo. So yeah, Francesco Casella, what a name that is. He's currently on the pressure event from John Doe Germany. If the rain is coming in, he is as good as he says he is, or as we've heard he is, from our wonderful Chris Hill. Be interesting, but yes, the A-Bot Racing, the BMW, extremely strong in the wet. So there's a might be seeing them making some moves as well. Those BMW M4s. Seen a lot of the top runners. Well, the top three. The original top three was meant to be using them, but the second and third obviously don't start due to various reasons. The rain could very much spice things up here. We've seen a lot of people already make some silly mistakes. They're going for a dive bomb and the track's a bit greasy. That's never going to be fun, is it?
Nope. Oh yeah, look at that. Tom just pointed out and shown us the bright blue sky has now gone to a cloudy sky. Oh,
And it's going to be
it's
hitting as well.
vital.
Sector 3 will be hitting there first. I would not want to be driving through Sector 3. I wouldn't really want to be driving. It's Catalonia, and I mean, it's a very middle. There are a lot of middle speed corners. You're thinking turn 3, turn 12, turn 9. I would not want to be taking any of those in the wet. And turn 16 as well. That could cause some issues. So there's a lot of them. You're gonna have to be It's one of those. You have to be really aware, especially just when you're not with anyone. You have to be very aware of yourself in the wet, because it is one of those where you can make a lot of mistakes with a lot of the medium speed corners. Can cause problems, and it just makes things like a little bit more interesting. And this is Richard Pixley on the back of Nibel. We said he was catching a bit twitchy there through turn 3, so Nibel will be safe through turn 4, or should be anyway, as Pixley's still gaining in the slipstream as they go onto the bridge and around turn 4. Probably my favourite corner on the track. I don't know about you, Chris?
What is my favourite corner on the track?
Yes.
I haven't particularly got one, to be honest.
To be fair, if I can, I avoid driving the circuit. I absolutely despise this place. But turn 4, I do quite like it. It is one where if you can go a bit deep, you can quite punch it with a late apex. It's a very satisfying feeling when you nail it as well. It's one of those. But if you know when you've absolutely nailed the corner, you do really feel it. It's very satisfying. It is one of those that when you do get it it's one of those tracks where when you do get the corners right, it does really matter because of the, especially with the medium speed corners, trying to be very gentle on the throttle and nailing it perfectly. It's a very rewarding feeling, especially when you can see yourself gaining on the cars ahead.
And it's important, isn't it, for the final corner out onto the main straight to get as much speed as you can down that. What is it? About 10 seconds worth of straight.
It's a lot, about a kilometre, and that 14-15 chicane is awful. I mean, it has to be nailed on perfectly as Nibel goes defensive already. Pixley's not following the slipstream, but the BMW seems to have the overspeeders. Nibel cuts across back onto the racing line. The Ferrari-powered Porsche apparently is having enough speed to get him down the straight and stay ahead of well, it's not German counterparts, it's a Ferrari engine apparently that we've heard from the 488 boys.
Yeah, so this is the only remaining, as we see the move.
Now the inside at turn 4 there, Pixley's been in the car for nearly 2 hours. He's one of the teams that didn't swap the Wild Things Racing. Number 79, if I have a look. The reason why they haven't swapped is actually because we've only got 2 drivers racing. He's partnered with Quinton Sill. So, long stints for them. Going to be doing about 6 hours each. That's going to be tiring, and a good defensive work so far by Nibel, but up towards turn number 9. He gets a good line there, taking it as tight as possible as Pixley runs very wide. You can see he was a bit wide of the apex through 9. He should be able to hold on just for a bit there. And I believe there's a lapped car behind them. Rettig is a few seconds further down behind them. So, Nibel should be able to hold on for this lap so far.
So the rain's coming very shortly because the lights are on in the cars, so that's a mandatory instruction from the sim. And it's 2 PM in the afternoon over in Barcelona, so you wouldn't expect to have your lights on there at that time of the day, would you?
Not really. It's normally very warm in Catalonia, and there we go, the rain is hit. As you can see there, so the rain is falling down towards turn 1. So I think we'll hold off for going for our dinners for now. I mean, I'm going to probably buzz a message to someone to go and get me something prepared, but the rain is now coming in. The rain looks like it's coming down fairly heavy as well. It's not gentle. The track's going to be still fairly dry. It should be bearable for now, but the rain is here. By the looks of it, it's here to stay as well.
The track has changed to greasy now. It went from optimum to fast to greasy now. So, yeah, let's see who starts handling the rain in the dry tyres.
Oh, who's gonna be pitting? Who's gonna be the first to buy? And a lot of people, they can surely, I mean, they probably And is there a right time to pit because they know it's gonna stay for a while? So, I mean, we know the rain's staying for at least 30 minutes, probably longer. So do you go and pit now and try and gain that time, or is the track still faster on slicks than wets? I mean, where do you find the balance? It's going to be about timing now and getting it right, and then also thinking about who's going to be swapping. Maybe if they were aware of there's one of the cars already going wide there, we see it on the exit of turn 13.
So Sim Racing Holland are the first one to pit with Pete Vanya. While Pete Racing are going in.
Dixie Van taking the appropriate action. You don't want to get a speeding penalty like the number 71 that has knackered itself in. So
in the sim there is no intermediates. It is dries or wets.
It's normally what they do in a GT World Challenge anyway, isn't it?
If you say so.
I believe so. I know I don't watch it much, but what I do watch, I believe it is just the two compounds. It's not like Formula E where to go for the fancy look. We've got our all-in-one tyres. Full series that. But anyway, it's going to be about mind games now. When do you want to pit and when do you want to? When are you going to buy? Because you're going to have to buy at some point. The rain is not going to get any better, and crucially, Yezi, when are they going to come in? Whereas the leaders that have been unbothered so far, as we see a lot of people coming out. But as I was saying, if the teams were aware of the conditions and the potential of rain, would they have maybe thought about who they put in for their second stint and maybe put in their stronger wet driver?
Well, they don't know when the rain's going to come, do they? So you can't predict that.
Well, we've seen CBSR boys, we've seen them. They've got their little sim racing HQ that looks like a living room. Maybe they've got a little weather radar in there. Who knows?
Well, you never know, do you? And
maybe that's what the beer is. Maybe it's disguised as a beer bottle to throw everyone off thinking they're hammered, and actually, it's a secret weather radar or something.
Okay, I like the way you're thinking. In 30 minutes, the rain is going to decrease, pal. So that as well. So it looks like we're going to. The rain is going to be here for a while, but with different intensities.
Fair enough. I'm going to message someone and try and get some food going for me.
Would you like my address? Oh, I can't go and answer the door. Oh.
I'm not sending you food. You can go right off if you think I'm going to be buying you food, mate. I'm not getting paid for this, aren't I? We probably should be, in all honesty. I mean, I think we've done a very good job so far.
Well, yeah, you have. Still, you know. Let me just get my wallet. Oh, I've left it in another pair of pants.
Brilliant. So everyone on pit road very busy. Is everyone now taking the initiative to come in here? Is the race leader pitting as well? 61 laps in so far, 150 minutes gone. 10 hours and 10 minutes left in the race, and what are the chances of multiple stints of rain? Is it going to be just this one batch of rain, or what are we thinking?
I think with the way the weather's has been set server side, I think we're in for on and off, quite possibly. So
a very
the track temperature.
Race.
Yeah, the track temperature's still at 34 degrees as well.
Is Matt Tobias not pity? I don't believe. So crawling their way around very cautiously. Another thing is, even once the rain stops, it's still track's not going to be fully dried yet. And Matt Tubby hasn't pitted, have they?
Yeah, they must have pitted, but not necessarily for rain tyres.
I mean, pitted for wets. Anyone in the 99 car can tell us if Matt Tubby has been into the box. Yeah, it's very interesting that he's still staying out. But as I was saying, even once the rain stops, it's how long will how long will it take the track to dry up? I mean, it's very hot so far, so those warmer temperatures should help for track dry. But this is now the number 61 fighting with the number 77. The two McLarens going at it. It's the J-Dog Simsports Blue now being driven by Ty Carver. And he's up against Mordenti in the number 77, who I don't believe has pitted either. They were a long way over as they go deep into turn 13. Trying to go defensive into 14, they're going to have to. Forcing Carver offline into the pits. And yes, Mordenti, you could tell there that they are on the dry as the track fully wet now. You can see Carver kicking up massive amounts of water spray as he goes along the massive pitch straight. And Simsport Blue was... they lost out. The 169 was in second. Yeah, I don't believe the 42, which is the Team GT racing car, and Mancini, which is now... They've been a driver swap as well in the leaders, actually. So the 138, yeah, Team Racing Point, our leaders, Simone Iezzi, is now... A car is now being driven by Flavio Mancini, so we've said maybe teams will think about the driver swaps. Because it is coming to that end of stint now as well. As your stints are maximum 75 minutes before the pit stop. At Tubby into the pits now, then the second place car was expecting them to pit. When you're on dry tyres as well, to pit. No, you don't want to risk speeding. I mean, these late drivers going in now, the pit road will be very wet. On the dry tyres, you don't want to be locking your wheels or just aquaplaning when you just catch a wet patch and you just spin your wheels. You don't get any braking in and just accidentally speed and you get yourself a penalty. It's not something you want to be doing. Chris Johnson in the CH team for number 42. That was the team GT or Team DGTL. They are now coming in.
That looked like he was coming in rapid as well, didn't it? Track now properly wet. How long do you think it'll be before there's a dry line starts emerging?
Oh, it depends when the rain starts as well. So we've got about 30 minutes. The rain's still going to be falling after 30 minutes. It's going to be lighter, but it's still going to be falling. So it's about 40 minutes at least before we really see anything substantial drive for me. So it looks like this might be here to stay for a bit.
Yeah, I got my words out wrong there. I didn't mean dry line. I meant a recognised line. Because in the wet you do see a bit more of a line forming, don't you?
That's true. It depends on, well, the rain is still quite heavy as well, so these gaps on track is see groups where they're clustered, and that will definitely help clear a bit of a patch. But also when those dry lines, like I said, start to form, it's how you manage it as well, cooling your tyres and stuff, because tyres are going to overheat when it starts getting a bit dry like that. So you might see drivers moving on to the sort of wet stuff just to be able to cool their tyres down a bit as well. You don't want to be overheating and burning the rubber up even more. But this is Ambranosa. I've not seen him for a while as we ride on board with him as he's chasing down the number 42 car. That is Chris Johansson now. As Casper Hoggard has vacated that. The number 333, that is the Team Abbey Racing car. Mike Ambranosa, they started in third. Caught up in the turn one instance, still going on strongly though, closing them back down, and so far it's been quite a drive by Mike Ambranosa to bring this car into contention of anything special, really.
Yeah, so started in third, didn't he? Was seen him as far down as 23rd, if I recall. It wasn't quite dead last, was he?
No, so the cars further behind as well. They got caught up in shenanigans, as we can say.
Yeah, so to get back up to 9th at this stage is quite good.
Solid drive so far, and still with 10 hours left. I mean, it begs the question: if he didn't get caught up in that, where would he be? Would he be challenging? He'd definitely be challenging for a podium, of course, but would he maybe be a bit more threat to the leaders? As it's now Trying to find who's in the car now. It's Flavio Mancini in the Team Racing Point 138 car.
I think he will be challenging for the lead.
I have to agree. It's a shame that we've also had those two not starters with the Odyssey Racing team and the MLS Racing team. I don't think Team Racing Point are going to be complaining too much because Odyssey Racing are 10 points behind them in the championship. They're going to be glad they're not going to be here to hamper them on. But Team Abbey Racing as well might be a bit good. They're 4th in the championship. Just team number 715. They are not racing today, are they?
No, they're not. They're signed out, so that's Rob Jackson and Jack Alexander. They've changed the team name. So car 715. Maybe why you can't find them on the list.
That is unfortunate. So yeah, I mean, Team Abbey Racing probably could have scrambled a lot more points and been able to try and jump Odyssey Racing, and they're obviously going to jump Team SMR. But this is the RNE Endurance that started second, I believe. Yes, that was piloted by Jonas Hackler. He's had a bit of a quiet race as well. He's very much been in no man's land.
He has, yeah. I'm trying to think. So it's J-Dog in third place, and they're showing a lap down already.
The World Things in 4th. It's the Lamborghini, the 990, which is the Snack and Sons. Brilliant name that. And then the 488, which is just wonderful. It's Niber. For Team Rocket Scuderias, there's a bit of a battle going on up ahead. In front, I believe that's for minor places for number 24, if I can find them. It's the number 24 and number 12, I believe, are going at it just in front of Ruben Hulaman.
So 24's the Bytown 360, is it? And number 12 is Sim Racing Holland, number 1 team.
So they are going at it for the not really minor places. It's the battle for 14th now. Points as well, actually. You'll probably know this. Where do points go up to? Is it every place gets points or? Yeah,
so everybody that takes part gets and actually starts, I should say, gets a point. But it starts at 50. Then it's 5 point increments down to, I think, 20th place, then it's 2 point increments, and then it's 1 point increments from 10th place to the finisher.
And it just goes down to everyone else gets a point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Begs the question then, if everyone just gets 1 point, is it really worth just giving them points?
It does. It's a good question, but you know, a point at the end of the season might, where you've attended a race, every race, and another team hasn't, can give you a better position in the championship or the end results.
That is true, but then some people could argue that finishing 20th is better than 21st, but nonetheless they've still got it. So I mean, could be arguments that maybe that they should. It gets to a certain point where you just count down, so 1, 2, 3, 4, or like even just half points, and there's still that distinction between finishing 20th and 21st. But yeah, it's a good idea that everyone gets points for taking part. I mean, that can't just get the same amount of points that someone that didn't even show up. Whatever you do, there's always going to be a complaint about something with the point system, and someone down the line won't be happy that the points all see them as unfair. So you can't please everyone. That's just life, isn't it? Some people aren't going to be happy that there's rain, but you know, it's racing and it happens. And Andrew Richardson and the Green Moose Racing may not be too happy. He went a bit deep into turn 13 there. Actually, to be fair, yeah, number 480. I've just noticed turn 13 is named Europe car. Now, I'm guessing that's named after the company that we said that that the number 488 Team Rocket Scuderia might go and get themselves sponsored by.
That's why I was giggling in the background then when you said it.
You saw where I was going with that one, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe they should change their number to 13 for this race. And should have got special permission. Shout out to Ronaldo Stewart in the number 41 for doing this with COVID. That is impressive, seeing as 2 of the teams have not raced because drivers have COVID and such. Those being the number 5 and the number 715. This is one of the Green Moose racing cars. We've not seen much of them really today, have we? They've been fairly quiet. Mr. Hill.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think you wanted to hear my burping offline there.
Yeah, fair enough. As there was a bit deep there from the Green Moose team. Was struggling into it, going very deep into turn 7. You don't want to be running wide at turn 8, and very cautious as well through turn 9. You're not really pushing onto the curve, so maybe Andrew Richardson struggling in the wet here, being very cautious indeed. And is that maybe a cause of concern of losing time further behind? And this is now Oliver Anderson in the number 41 car. That is the AMR R2R Racing fighting the number 666, which is the Team Racing Point Evo. For the battle for 18th, both in Aston Martins. Oliver Anderson didn't have the best of races at the weekend, did he, in the touring car series that we do?
He didn't.
He spent all of practice adventuring into
the kitchen
gravel trap of the chicane.
He did. So, interesting story here for Oliver Anderson here. There has been a rivalry between a team called 101, RIP Garage 101, and the R2R team, which is this team of car number 41. Now, the car 101 team couldn't field all their drivers. In fact, they couldn't field a great many of them. So what they've done, even though there's a rivalry, is Oliver Anderson was a 101 driver, has now joined the R2R team for this event only.
It's sly, don't you think?
No, I think the other interesting thing is it's that car is full of the stewards. So every one of those drivers in that team are a steward as well. So there, as you appreciate, we've got live stewarding going on at the moment. So they're all taking in turns to drive and steward at the same time.
Oh, could people deem that to be necessarily fair, and people could see a potential bias with it? Do you think? What do you think?
No, not at all. Because although I've just said that they're all the same team, there are multiple other stewards in there for the bias.
I mean, that's understandable. I mean, if they're fair, they're fair. It's just, I guess it could cause some problems if I mean, the number 41 does get into some issues or something, which we hope not. We don't wish issues on anyone, but it's racing. It happens. I mean, what would be the procedure if the number 41 gets into a bit of an accident?
That's why we have other stewards to take over and do the investigation.
It's fair, it's professional, and it's what we do here over at Simsport Racing International. Actually, everything's professional, but they've gone and got us to do this, haven't they, Chris?
They have. It takes a lot of organising this, and we're quite pleased that we have, I think, initially 31 teams going to take part. With I think there's only one new team for this event. We're also in the summer months as well, where people are on holiday. So to still be running 28 teams, it's quite good. We're quite pleased.
I don't want to be in Barcelona right now with this sort of weather. I wouldn't want to be spending my holiday like this. I mean,
you'd rather,
a bit fun.
Yeah, but you'd rather be sim racing then, wouldn't you? So you shouldn't have gone away. It's your own fault.
The rain has seemingly stopped here at home in the UK, so maybe we passed it on to the sim guys. But J-Bot said hats off to the guys. Hats off to them guys to drive and steward. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I mean, who's that guy? It's one of the Green Moose cars going. When it's the Audi, it's Sebastian Reynolds, I believe. That's took a venture at turn 8.
Yeah, it wasn't getting out of the way of people, was it? Because there was no blue flags there. I don't recall
No,
seeing.
that was for position, so.
Yeah. So we're back on board with a close battle here between third and fourth. Wild Things Racing, driven by Quinton Sill, on Ty Carver for J-Dog Simsport Blue.
I have just been gifted a very kind care package from my dad. I have now some snacks.
Right, I'll text you my address.
I am not going up to the north of England for that. Not wasting time. I've got to have a 2-hour car journey down to Milton Keynes tomorrow. I don't fancy going all the way up towards the north.
No, you know, most people don't like to come up north.
I don't want to go up north for any reason. I just...
Can't cope with our humour.
Oh. I put up with you for 2 hours and 10 minutes, so it's fine.
Yeah, not for the first time either.
No, it's not.
Well, yeah.
You were very quiet on Sunday, you didn't say anything. It's been very quiet so far as well from the stewards, not more... Still have no news, right, is what I'm interested in. What action is being taken on, if I can find it, the number 42 for their dive bomb, Casper Hoggard. If any action's actually been taken with that, because he never gave the position back, and... Well, it wasn't a clean manoeuvre, and actually, as we say that, there's a drive-through for the number 73 car I've just seen. Who is, if I move my care package, the number 73, it's the THRC car. Hopefully, if you can find any information on that. They've been given a drive-through. They're currently down in a 23rd, currently being driven by Jesse Van Trial.
There's been no incidents reported for a period of time, so I suspect that's for track limits.
It could be track limits. Would track limits be a drive-through, or could it be potentially speeding in the pit lane when they all came through and we didn't notice?
Speeding in the pit lane normally gets you an SG30, but 4 track cuts will get you a drive-through.
Very interesting then. So, yeah, drive-through there then for the number 73 car. It's very... You could say it's a bit of a harsh penalty for track limits. I mean, a drive-through, but if you have such harsh penalties for things like that, it does mean it does keep everyone in check, in all fairness. So if you're just giving them a 5-second penalty, I mean, it kind of encourages it, but a drive-through, and there is the our favourite 488. It was a bit of a mistake there by Prince in the 990. That's in the Lamborghini, I believe it's the Snack & Sons car. He goes a bit deep, and that is a replica of how... yeah, it is the Snack & Sons Lamborghini, but that is a replica of how... if I can find... because my brain's not going to be able to remember it, of how Dan Lenson got past Pixley. It's turn 10, forced for mistake, but I think this is more unforced there. As Prince, hot on the brakes there, Patrick Prince late on the brakes into turn 10. There was no real threat from Tim Nyberg either. He wasn't going for a move or anything, he was just keeping it there. He just, yeah, a bit deep as the number 73 serving their drive-through, I believe. But yeah, I mean, wet conditions catching him out.
I've
go flying.
I've got a treat for you. You were asking about the stewards, and we have a steward now joining us. So, as I've just said, Rene, has joined us from the stewarding team. Rene is the chief steward for our endurance events, and did the driver briefing earlier. So, Rene, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Is it all quiet for you at the moment?
It really is all quiet. I think we've only had 6 incidents reported, of which 2 of the same incident. So, yeah, only 5 incidents so far on report. I think obviously there's been more, but I think the teams didn't deem it worthy enough to report. But so far so good.
Oh, a couple questions for you. I mean, for a start, the number 42, I don't know if you saw it, they had a bit of a it wasn't a clean manoeuvre in towards turn number 5. There was, I can't remember who they got past, if you can remember, Chris, but it was very late on the brakes, just shoved them out of the way. It was not the cleanest of manoeuvres. There was definite contact, and it definitely pushed the car they was overtaking out of the way. Is there any news on a potential penalty for them? I mean, it was over an hour ago, but it still, as Chris said, looked like something that would be worthy of a 5-second penalty.
Well, if it hasn't been reported, we won't be dealing with it, to be honest. That's just the way we work with the live stewarding at the SSRi. Personally, I'm also stewarding for other things like SimGrid or SRO, but they've got tools and things set up that will register any incident. But we don't do that here. It takes much more attention, and it asks much more of the stewards as well.
Fair enough. And also, turn 1, lap 1, bit messy. What are your takes on that one? It was very chaotic. We saw a team get a penalty out of that. It was the number 12. But yeah, what is your takes on the lap 1 incident?
Well, we thought it was just a bit too aggressive, especially for the first lap. And yeah, things like that and incidents in lap 1, we will take that more seriously and penalize it harder. If it wasn't in lap 1, it probably only would have been a 10-second penalty. But yeah, by now I think most drivers should know better than to make such a move.
Fair enough. And also, the instance like further behind in turn 1, behind those cars, it was like quite a few little groups of haggling about and knocking each other off track. Was there any reports of the cars further back in the tail end of the grid having issues or anything like that you looked at?
Not too much, I must admit. Since we've only had like 5 incidents reported. But so far it seems like fair racing, in my opinion.
It has been a fairly clean race so far with everyone, as this is Oliver Anderson going into pit. I mean, you lot have been very quiet for a good hour. I mean, yeah, it's over an hour since the last penalty was given, and this is Oliver Anderson coming in to serve that drive-through. Do you have any news on what this drive-through was actually given for?
I think it's track limits.
Fair enough, yeah, that's what Chris said. Is he looking like he's peering into a pit box? No, yeah, it's going to be the drive-through served, so Oliver Anderson will lose out a few places there. He's dropped down into 20th now. It's unfortunate for him, but you've got to keep it on the track. And actually, has there been a driver swap as well? Because it wasn't Oliver Anderson that was in the car, was it, Chris, when it was given?
Yes. Oliver's been there since the first pit stop.
Oh.
Yes, this is his second stint.
Something I've not noticed then, my bad.
Yeah, that's actually the team I'm racing in as well.
More of the stewards, everything going on. It's the wonderful gaggle of steward racing everybody's. This is now Quinton, Sil, and I can already tell it's Ty Carver in the... it's gone from me, I should have known that one off the top of my head.
Simsport.
Thank you, I should have known off the top of my head. Poor from me, but Ty Carver under pressure then from Quinton Sil as they gone through final sector. Looking for a good exit. Carver seems to have got a fairly good exit there actually from turn 15, but tucked into the slipstream. It's a long way down, it's a kilometre, as already, as we said earlier, what cars will be doing, peering off onto the wets to try and cool the tyres. Quinton still completely avoiding the potential slipstream and potential move, focusing on the tyres here. Smart move as the rain is expected. Actually, I've just seen on the weather thing, it's going to pick up again, it's going to calm down in 10 minutes and then pick up again in 30 minutes and get heavier again. So it's a very topsy-turvy so far. If the weather can't make its mind if it wants to have a heavy flow or just be gentle and chill. Maybe if we get a bit of sun out, we can start calling it British weather. But right now, Ty Carver under a bit of pressure from Quinton Sil, but dealing with it quite nicely, especially with the exit from turn 15. Really nullified any potential threat from the car behind. We come through sector 2 now. It's really is a place where you don't want to spin off. It tightens up on exit on the exit of turn 5. Downhill, off camber. It's a fun but not fun corner. It's one of those. The next overtaking spot for these guys. Quinton Sill going to be trying to keep a good line here. Try and keep with Ty Carver up towards turn 10. Try and get a potential move done in that Wild Things Racing number 79 BMWs. We said the BMWs get quite strong underwear, as someone pointed out in chat earlier. Right now, it's a BMW leading and a BMW in fourth. It is gaining on the McLaren. And maybe Quinton Sill can make quick work of Ty Carver and start pushing on to Hullerman up ahead and try and push ahead and try and get second place so far. I mean, who was started off for the 79, if I could? It was Richard Pixley. It's the one of the driver pairings, which is only 2 drivers for this 12-hour race, so you've got to feel for them doing about 6 hours each. But Richard Pixley, he had a solid stint. He got caught out and hit that long 24-lap battle with Dan Lenzen that ended up not, which Lenzen went in, Lenzen forced a mistake from Pixley, and then Pixley kind of fell into no man's land a bit after that. But Quinton Sill wanting to stay in the slipstream, peering onto the wet side of the track, the right side that's not got that dry line that Chris was talking about earlier when the rains first started falling. It's now trying to cool the tyres down, especially when they're catching these back marks as well. We want to get them out of the way quickly. Don't want to cause any problems in their little battle, as this is going to start heating up a bit here, I think, Chris.
Yes, it is. These drivers really need to get out of the way and not impede this battle. I'm sure they will do. As Richard does, sorry, it's not Richard, it's Quinton, does close quite closely on the back of Ty there. As they now come up the hill, will they be able to get a good exit out of the fast right-hander and down the back straight?
It's also unfortunate as well, though. I mean, where they were through that middle sector, not really a spot where you can try and give up a position. As you see, Quinton Sill holding that inside line, trying to get the wet line to try and cool his tyres down. But again, the back markers, I think the back markers, what car is it, if we can see, not wanting to yield. I think he'll yield now through turn 11, but I think there was a bit of a battle as well going between them, wanting to yield, and also through the middle sector. Can't really yield. It's a very tricky place, especially when you're in your own battle, trying to find these gaps where you don't lose time. Again, in the back marker, going a bit deep into turn 13 there, just to add insult to injury for their mistake. But I don't think that was actually for position, because it's John Doe Germany that's ahead of these lot. And actually, no, it's an Aston Martin behind them. So yes, that might not have been or position, but down towards turn 1 we go, tucked into the slipstream. Quinton Sill is close enough this time. Is he going to be able to try and get the move done in towards turn 1? He's got a bit of an overlap. He has the inside line, breaks a little later than Carver and gets the move done nicely and cleanly. But can Carver fight back here through turn 3? He's going to try and go for the later apex, which we've seen able to set the driver of the car behind up in towards turn number 4. He's going to be holding that slipstream in towards turn 4. He doesn't peer out, and that is a move done there by Quinton Sill, and nicely done as well there for the Wild Things racer. So, Chris, are you there, mate?
I'm still here, don't worry. I'm just listening to you. I'm listening to you with your beautiful commentary.
Thank you, mate. I was trying to let you have a word in. I don't know if you're... Is he having a munch or something? I don't know, but yeah, I was brilliant.
I would not sneak any food in whilst you were talking, honest.
I know. Yeah, we know what you're like. I mean, you don't talk long enough to me to do one of them. That was a brilliant move there, though, by Quinton. I mean, brilliant patience as well. We went 2 laps where he was cooling the tyres, and he probably noticed that Ty Carver wasn't cooling his tyres. He was still holding, like, quote-unquote dry line. It's not really dry, but it's the drier line where the rubber is. So the tyres will probably be overheating. Yes, he could have stuck in the slipstream and cooled the tyre, and I'd have burnt up the tyres. So I was very smart there by Quinton. So knew the lap cars were ahead as well. They used them to advantage, and once he was close enough, held the slipstream and then pulled out, and it's a brilliantly crafted move there, and very smart racing by Quinton. So to get him onto the podium spot, that sort of formed over a few laps, and this is now Andrew Richardson in the 212 Green Moose Racing, catching onto the back of Verman in the number 16 car. That is the 610 Motorsport. As we ride on board, we're looking at the rear wing of the 610 Motorsport, I believe, of Jost Vermanen, I believe. Yes, Jost Vermanen, that hasn't actually swapped yet. He was the driver that started the race. And the inside line there for Richardson doesn't peer out. Calling his tyres a bit down, never close enough. You could tell he was calling his tyres never close enough to go from there into turn 10. And up ahead is that a lapped car? I believe that is, we can see, that's a BMW, that's the, yes, that will be a lapped car then.
Up ahead, are you talking?
Yes, I can't quite see what number it is.
So this is the battle for 10th, is Joyce Ferneman in the 610 Motorsport. Then the Green Moose Racing of Andrew Richardson, and the car behind the CBSR is a couple of laps down, I believe.
Yeah, that is oh no, I was looking at the car ahead. Yeah, no. Dumb and Dumber back at it again, I guess.
What's more worrying for you is I'm now controlling the cameras.
Oh dear, that's fun. Jost Vermanen then in the 610 car. Do we know what time people are going to be coming in and
Relieving you.
Ow. For a bit.
You just tell me when you're ready and I'll just take over. It's fine.
I'll probably stay for a few. Well, we are. Yeah, I'll stay until the 9:30 mark, and then I'll go for 10-20 minutes, get myself some lunch, and then I'll be back to join you. I'll probably drop you a message when I'm back, so you can enlighten everyone that Dumb and Dumber will be back.
That's fine. So the other two guys that were going to come and join anyway are currently racing. So that's Patrick Prince and Dominic Geezer, and it's interesting to see that they are here. Sorry, that's Patrick Prince in the Snack and Sons car, but they are running 6th and 7th.
If you go back there, I just think Ambronhoser, or I've already butchered his name. No, I thought he was a lot closer than he was. It's actually, no, yeah, Ambronhoser. If you go to the 333, I believe there's a bit of a battle going on with Dominic Geezer. Indeed, there is. Mike Ambronhoser in the Team Abbey Racing 333 cars. They go through turn number 4. What move he would be able, he's been going for 2,500. He's been going strong. He's now got himself up to 8th, looking to get up into 7th. It's a brilliant comeback driver of the day so far, I must say. All this man, I mean, we should buy him a beer or some of his teammates. I mean, how many drivers does the 333? They've got a team of 4, so definitely someone should be buying him a beer after this one. He's done absolutely brilliantly so far, I must say.
Yeah, he's plummeted down to near the back of the grid, and now he's back up to 8th position. And they are a fast team, I think it's fair to say. Not a can't single out a driver in that team that's the fastest.
Oh, we've only really seen one driver so far. I mean,
yeah,
and it's Ambronhoser, and he's done brilliantly so far. But yes, I've just had a thought. One of the 24 hours of Suzuka, probably get us back in there and do the night shift. I think that'd be quite funny, getting Dumb and Dumber or doing nights in December.
when there's not many people to hear us talk rubbish.
I'm going to just get us doing the whole thing. I mean, that would be brilliant. We're hilarious and we enjoy some of the day, and yeah, getting us doing the night shift. A bit like who does Jimmy Broadbent's night shift when he's a 24 hours show?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, we're better than Bacho. Bacho's American, we're funny, and you're slightly northern. Well, you are northern, I'm slightly northern.
You're Midlands.
Oh, if the north-south divide that says I'm north by like a few kilometres. So, yeah, Midlands. Here's Dominic Geezer. It would be doing via number 4. We've not really seen number 4 so far today. It's via one of the hot air balloon cars. Under pressure from Ambranosa. It's driver of the day performance if we I've ever seen one so far.
And rain will be increasing in 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, I've just noticed, and then it will be clearing off in 30. So it's, you can see, yeah, the rain has really eased off a bit and it's coming back. But should get donations on the stream. I'm sure we'd rack up quite a few donations for our comedic skills. I'm sure people would happily chuck money at us too for the entertainment.
Yeah, they'll be chucking pound coins at us though, to hit us.
Stoning us, but
yeah.
Actually, if we're going full modern day, it might be bitcoins they're throwing us, but I don't think they're going to really hurt.
Well, you never know. Depends if they're still attached to the computer that's generated them.
You throw a whole server room at us that's mining it, and that would probably hurt more than getting hit by one of these cars. I mean, that is a massive front end on the BMW. I would not want to be run over by that thing.
To be honest, I don't think I want to be run over by any car.
Oh, I think the Lamborghini would probably be my more preferred car out of the ones that we're seeing today to be run over by. It's very low down, very low bonnet. I'd probably go over the top of it than under it.
Do you think you'd be able to jump high enough?
I think I'd be able to jump high enough. I think if it hit me, it would just swoop my legs instead of this thing, which looks like it would rugby tackle me. Say that the Lamborghini looks like it would be more of a double-footed slide tackle. This looks like an American football tackle. This BMW if it hit me.
I can't believe we're talking about car accidents and being hit by cars. Is this a level we've stooped to?
I mean, there's not much going on, so it's kind of what car would prefer to be hit by. But I don't think any of us are planning track invasions, so.
So I'm going to drag in Chris Vickers, who is the one of the team members of the Team Abbey Racing team. So you can have a quick chat with Mr. Vickers here. He's also the very nice man that sorts out all our liveries for us. Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon. What are you after? You're being nice to me.
I'm always nice to you because you're a fellow northerner, unlike this Midland guy that's on.
Food. Been trying to get me to buy him food, or it's like reverse grooming. He's trying to get a 16-year-old to buy him food.
It's the whole 101 pizza thing. That's what it is.
Let's not get onto that. We've avoided that so far. So Mike's doing an excellent job for you guys at the moment.
He is. We're leaving him in. He's doing the whole race.
I'm not sure you can do that, but nice try.
I mean, if it was allowed, I would happily go along with that. I mean, Ambranosa's doing a brilliant job recovery. I mean, what was it like after the turn one thing? I mean, you started third overall. So,
yes.
Actually, it was second. No, it was second. It was third. I'm reading it wrong.
Yeah, the Aston doesn't do well at the start, so it tends to get mugged by everything else. So
we got mugged by quite a few people.
Yeah, it was
you got
4
more
wide into turn
than
1.
Mugged.
We got more what? Sorry.
Assaulted than mugged. It was
assaulted.
More,
yeah.
Yeah, a bit more vicious than just being mugged off by everyone. But he's done a cracking job, and he's gone from 23rd up into 8th and putting pressure on a number 4 car, potentially taking he's like eyeing up a move here into turn number 4, trying to take 7th, and
he's definitely pushing on.
What other real goals when everyone else jumps into the car? You're trying to climb even higher, or do you think you have the ability to climb higher? Because right now Ambranosa's doing a brilliant job climbing. Do you think you lot, when you're in the car, can climb up and reach higher? And even there's 9.5 hours left. Anything's on the table. For all we know, Mancini and the Racing Point 138 car could have a disconnect, do what the 71 did. We know that the 488's got a Ferrari engine in. Apparently that can go boom, and penalties galore can happen. I mean,
sky's the limit.
With it. Yeah,
I mean,
the win is still on the table. Anything's possible. I mean, it's sim racing. The weather's been thrown up. All sorts of things can happen. So what are your real goals for the end of the race?
Our plan going into this was a potential P2. We kind of discounted P1 because those guys are just insanely quick. So barring an issue, I think they've got they've got this race in the bag. But after the incident on the first lap, I think the plan now is just to try and get back into the top 5 if we can, and that's looking good. It's only a couple of hours in, and it's fighting for P7 with P6 not too far up the road. So
The way it's been so far, I would not rule out a podium so far, because Ambrinoza has been absolutely fantastic so far. It's been a joy to watch him. He's probably got most of our screen time so far, and he's very close to the move there. He was very late on the brakes, but Dominic Giese shuts the door there, says no, and it's a very nice livery there as well on the number 4 car. Do you think you can top that with yours? You've got a very nice livery as well, to be fair, the team I'll be racing. I do like that, but I mean, when are you jumping in the car as well? I mean, who's going in the car next? You've got any news on that for us?
It's Mike's Uncle Nelson in next.
Ah, so it's the uncle nephew combination. So
It is, yeah. So Nelson's in for a couple of stints. I think Mike's going to try and take it to the dry, and give Nelson a dry set of tyres and send him on his way. And then I'll be in after Nelson does a double stint. So that's around 3:30, 4-ish, I think.
fair enough, and then hopefully you could be in the top 5 and you can push on from there. But yeah, Mike Ambrinoza, brilliant so far, I must say.
Yeah, he always does a good job.
Chris, do you have any questions for our fella? I mean, you were buttering him up earlier, so is one of the questions, can you buy me food or something? But yeah, any questions for him?
No, I haven't got any. I always appreciate the stuff that Chris does, and he's put the Spotter's Guide together for you as well.
Oh, that's been very useful.
Yeah, sorry it wasn't the original Spotter's Guide I did was a bit better than that one, but
It's done me wonders so far. I've used it more than I've used Mr. Hill's qualifying sheet. I used that once and got rid of it. It got even more. I used it once and got halfway through and butchered it because of all of the did not starts. We got to P10. I was like, sod it, we're not doing any more. Here's the grid. Yeah,
Sorry.
no, the Spotter's Guide has been doing me wonders so far, and I'm glad I've got all my wonderful printed sheets off. I'm sure I'll send Mr. Hill a picture of my setup later. Yeah.
And, how are you finding the racing? Because is this your first time in the box?
It's not my first time in the box, it's my second time with SSRi, and it's my first major endurance event,
Yeah.
so I mean, it's not the most people I've commentated to. We've not quite hit the 53 viewers yet, but it's been standard procedure for me. Nothing I'm not used to, except for Chris. Other than that, it's been normal.
Excellent.
I've never been called normal.
That's why I didn't say you were normal. I said everything else apart from
Yeah,
it's been
everything
normal.
else.
The normal procedure of the racing, and it's very nice to have all of these overlays, and it's a bit more professional than what I'm used to. It's what I'm going for with my career, and the whole setup for SSRi's put on with the stewarding and everything. It has just been brilliant. I mean, it's a brilliant community to able to work with, apart from Mr. Hill. But apart from that, absolute class. Especially
dragging the place down.
especially being able to, yeah, he brings the average right down. He's like average qualifying times. I mean, you're setting constant 42s, and he goes up and brings a 45, and you're now starting at the back of the grid. He's one of those sort of things for the community, apparently.
I wish it was a 45.
No, that's just your age, mate.
I wish I was 45.
And the rest.
Dear. I can't believe he's trying to give me insults, and they're actually goals of mine.
Maybe aware of it. I'm just trying to help you remember your dream so you can push them a bit further.
Yeah, don't have much choice of that.
Speaking of pushing, though, Ambrinoza is really pushing Dominic de Giese to the limit here, and side by side as we go through turn number 4. It was a wide line there by the number 4 car, Dominic Giese. He's going to try and hold on to it round the outside. It's brilliant so far. A bit of touching, and Ambrinoza, what a save that was there. Bumping doors, got all sorts of shaky. Holds on to it very nicely, and he's lucky that there's not been an accident come the end of that. Brilliant from both drivers to hold on to that there. I think you got your hopes up a bit there, Chris, you thought you might be gaining a position there, Mr.
Yeah,
Vickers.
I was just watching his telemetry then, and the steering wheel was going all over the place. Oh no.
Absolute brilliant though to hold on to it there. He forced the mistake there. Number 4 car drifting very wide into on the exit of 3 side by side. Sort of things that the wet kind of brings into it, but you are going to get a bit twitchy like that, and it has now brought in the number 42 car behind as well now into this. So now I see a bit of defensive work from Ambronosa, and now this is William Campbell and the number 24 Audi of Sebastian Reynolds, which still is one of the other drivers that hasn't pitted. A very wide line there for Reynolds. If he can pull it around the outside at turn 3, that'll be impressive. He's going to switch back to the inside line for 4. Yeah, that's not how you do it. You saw that coming from a mile away, and he has absolutely murdered William Campbell there. And now the Stewards are probably going to be onto that one, and Campbell's off with... Sorry, and Reynolds off with his day, and back with the Ambronosa battle. Back with the number 33... sorry, the 333 and the number 4, but Ambronosa thinking of a move there. Can he force a mistake again that he did last time around with Dominic Gieser? It's a very nice line through turn number 2 there for Ambronosa, drifting a bit wide. There is the number 4 car and trying to find the inside line. It's covered though by the number 4 car, and Ambronosa's going to have to find a different way past this time. Just sticks into the back of Gieser. That was an interesting few seconds of racing there, and I mean, going to be a penalty there for the number 222 car. Surely absolutely murdered him. If we could get... I forgot we've got Mr. Hill doing it now, so we can't even get a replay of that. That's shocking.
Oh no, you may be able to get a replay. Mr. Vandermeer is back.
Can we have a replay then of that, Mr. Vandermeer? Because that's interesting. Maybe an onboard of the number 222 car to see potentially what had happened, because that's very concerning. Concerning. It was nowhere near very clean. It was also, yeah, the 4-car train he was on about, Mr. Vickers, that you were stuck in here, and you're probably hoping that Mike can clear Dominic Gieser for Johansson behind in the number 42 can catch us. A bit of chaos as well with blue flags, and the cars that's got the blue flags running onto the gravel for you lot there, so might be giving him a bit of thanks. You might be able to get a bit of a slipstream here. You don't want to be boxed in. So down towards turn 1, can Ambronosa get the move done? He's got the slipstream from the Aston Martin ahead. You don't want to be going 3 wide, finds the inside line, nearly going into the pit exit road there, and he's going to be comfortably ahead before the braking zone. Round the outside, can Dominic Gieser fight it? He's going to the inside line for 2, but Ambronosa forces him onto the curb. That's a brilliant move there by Mike Ambronosa. Wow, I mean, we're saying you wanted to get it done soon, and then the 42 car's now got traffic behind as well. So Ambronosa, brilliant move done, and now you're into 7th. Chris Vickers, what do you think of that one? I'm all alone.
You're not all alone.
Yeah, he kind of turns it. It was very late on the brakes there, but I don't think William Campbell, I mean, he probably should have been in his mirrors a bit there. Definitely turned in a bit, but at the same time it was very late on the brakes for Sebastian Reynolds. Maybe he thought that the gap was going to be there, but what do you think of that one, Mr. Hill?
What happened?
Oh, you didn't see the replay?
Oh yeah, I did see the replay. I think he... No, I did see the replay. I wasn't asleep at all. Wasn't having an afternoon nap at my age. Yeah, I think it was just one of those incidents, but in reality the car should have, the Green Roof Moose Racing rookies, should have perhaps held back a bit and waited for the other car to come back on the track and respectfully give the position back, because it wasn't a deserved position in that method.
There was a drive-through penalty I've just seen for the number 992. Is that going to be for track limits as well? It's John Doe Germany. It's the 992, if I can have a look. Yeah, the 992 JBP Motorsport. Ambronosa is now straight onto the case of Prince in the 990 Snack & Sons Lamborghini, and this one's going to be a lot more simpler, straight down the inside at turn 1. Going to get it done and parks the car in the middle of the road, and Prince can't get his way through. Chris Vickers, if you're here and you can hear me, you're going to be enjoying that one. Now you've got 30 seconds, we'll see about up the road. How far is Tim Nyber? 14 seconds or just under 15
I did
seconds.
reply on the last passes, but then I realised I had my microphone muted.
Oh, what type of person?
The hill.
I'm going to say, what type of person does that?
It's the old northern person type of thing to do, isn't it?
I think it's just the name.
I mean, I did it
Exactly.
for 25 minutes the other night.
But yeah, Mike getting the buy one get one free into turn 1 the previous lap, and now he's just got another one. So yeah, and now it's up the road for Tim. See what you can do.
I do hope you clear it soon, as this is the number 12 car in the battle with the. This is lap traffic. I can't quite see. I think. Oh no, he's just got past the number 77, I believe. That should update soon. But yeah, please send a message to whoever's in next. Clear the 488 as soon as possible. I don't think me and Mr. Hill want to be looking at that car as long as we have to.
Yeah, I'll go and get back to him then, I think.
Yep. Well, cheers for
Thanks for
stopping by,
talking to
mate. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers. Bye bye.
Speak to you soon, my friend. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, absolute class. There's J-Bot Racing. Great moves by Ambranosa. Indeed it is. This is the leader, Flavio Mancini. We've not seen him for a bit. He's 8 to 9 laps. The 189, or the 138 has been in no man's land. And really, Hullerman as well in the 169. Quinton Sills pulling a bit of a gap as well in third now to the to Ty Carver in the number 61. That is the J-Dog Racing, and it's all quieting down a bit. So I think whilst it's quieting down, Chris, I'm going to leave you for 10 minutes so I can go get something to eat.
That's fair enough. You won't do that, my friend.
And then I will relieve you so you can go eat. Someone's just asked what's happened to the number 69 car. You can address that. But yes, I'll relieve you in about 10-15 minutes so you can get something to eat. So I will be back shortly, guys.
Thank you very
Probably
much.
when it's dry.
Speak to you soon. So, to answer your question there, Mr. Neutlings, car 69 has had a fair few incidents. Let's call it. They had a bit of an incident and a crash at the start. They've also had some issues with disconnect and joining in, back in the wrong order. But they are now back on track. And Patrick Prince there has had an incident himself. Patrick is running at the moment with a bad foot because he was tempted not to be actually racing today. And I do apologise if you can hear my dog's background. One of them wants some attention. Patrick Prince of the Snack & Sons car currently in 9th. I can't continue the commentary on the same standard as Dylan has been doing. He just seems to want to talk a lot, doesn't he? But he's doing a fantastic job for his first endurance event for us. Commentary as a part of the commentary team. This is now a battle, as we've seen some more driver swaps take place. So this is John Doe Germany, who's just served his drive-through. Has just got past Nick Vargas of the Mode 11 motorsport racing team. A minute's time, we're expecting some the weather to clear. Track is still wet, currently still wet. And track temperature is still 34 degrees as well, so it's not really dropped with a wind of 1 mile an hour, current tailwind on the John Doe Germany car. I think that's another one of the 2 car teams for today. Back with Dominic Geezer here, about to be swamped by Chris Johansson in the Team DGTL. As they come onto the main straight. Don't think the car 42 will have enough traction or pace to catch up and get past down this straight at this tour of the lap. Tour of the circuit even, not tour of the lap. That just sounds stupid. So I'm the one element of dumb and dumber at the moment, so I think I'm going to select to be the dumber one. Don't think Dylan can hear me, so that's great. The car 42 still trying to catch up to Dominic here in the car 4. Pulls his right in, but Dominic managed to get the power down a bit quicker. So we approach the corner to go up the hill. Up the hill with a sweeping right-hander. Coming up onto the back straight. Another 42 close up under braking. Doesn't. Next opportunity will be out of the final corner onto the main straight. But I think Dominic, as he was demonstrating when Mark Abranoza was behind him, was driving a very good defensive drive. There we go, Cam 42 gets close. In the meantime, a strange thing happened there. Back to the battle. Doesn't get it done into the first corner, so more likely it'll be round for another lap. Unless one of these 2 guys makes a mistake. As we're seeing, Sebastian Renault being given a penalty. What's that for? So that'll be the incident that we watched the replay. So 10-second time penalty for car 222, which is Green Moose Racing Rookie's car, causing a collision with car 24, which is the Bytime 360. The one where Dylan and I were viewing it, and it did look like a bit of a punt, a dive bomb and a punt. So a bit of a penalty that has now been awarded. That may have been reduced if the driver of the car causing the incident may have slowed down and let the original driver pass, but that didn't happen. As we look at Sebastian Reynal now. Has behind him the Wild Things racing car of Quinton Sill, who will be about to put a lap on the 222 car in 14th place. drivers now on the wet tyres trying to cool them down because the track is now damp as the weather is clearing. Still 34 degrees track temperature. It's like Johansson and Gieser are still battling. There's still a small gap between them. That's the closest. This is it. The closest battle on track at the moment. Still going on. Got a better chance down the straight this time. Should be able to send it into turn 1. Will this be job done, or will Dominic battle back? Oh, Johansson's managed to keep on the inside. Maintains the position and is now up into 8th. Can Dominic come back at him into the during the course of this next lap? Like Johansson isn't dropping Dominic straight away. But does look like he has the pace to stay in front. It's 5 seconds behind Mike Abranoza. He's up in 6th place now. As we've already mentioned, and Chris has mentioned in the when he came to join us in the booth, unfortunate incident in the first lap to drop him back down the grid to something like 24th position, something around that, and to climb back up into 6th place is already been muted driver of the day. Dominic at the moment unlikely to be getting this place back. Second place guy, Robin Hillman in the RNE team. Showing has been 71 seconds behind the first place team, who remind you is Team 138. They've led from the start. And, the rain has now stopped on a damp track. So these guys that are out on the wet tyres will start to struggle shortly. And we may see the dry line starting to form that I was a bit premature with about an hour ago. Drivers will need to start going offline to cool the tyres. Yes, Evander Drill just coming out of the pits in 24th position, car 73. Are in front of him. See. The car we're riding on board with is currently 4 laps down the race leader, which just shows the pace that the race leaders are as we approach 3 hours into this race. This looks like it's the onset of the pit stops either scheduled, which we are around about that time, or just to change the tyres from wets to dry, because the rain has cleared, and certainly for the next 30 minutes it looks like the forecast saying clear as well. In fact, the track temperature has gone up to 36 degrees, so the sun must be coming out. Well, how quickly will the track dry as second place team comes in to possibly change drivers? We'll know shortly. But this has fallen well for most teams, that their second or third pit stop has occurred at the same time as the weather has changed. Chow's just taken over the car, I believe, for the Racing Dudes Motorsport number 2. And indeed, we have seen a driver change for the second place team. Joe Hayes Jr. has now taken over from Robin Hillman. Prince is in the pits as well at this moment in time. Team RNE currently showing in 7th position. Well, that's obviously because they've just been into the pits. Done a driver swap. Should all balance out when the remaining teams complete their driver swap.
Over.
Oh, hello.
Hello, mate. Yeah. How is my microphone? Just a quick check, 'cause it's still on charge, and I know it gets a bit arsey when it's on charge.
It's fine, my friend.
That's good.
You've joined us as the track has gone to greasy, and further teams are making driver changes. I'm pretty sure we've just seen the yellow and blue car in. So was Volker and Chow driving. I'm a bit unsure why they've come back in unless they got a drive-through.
So what news have we got, Van?
What, lose? Oh,
News.
I've got. Oh, right, sorry. Second or third pit stops are now taking place. Driver swaps are happening. Due to Dominic Gieser and car 42, Chris Johansson. We're battling for a period of time. Eventually, Chris Johansson in the car 42 managed to get past. Yeah, this is just all the pit stops taking place.
Let me just have a look. Penalties. Yeah, and the number 20, the 222, as we thought, dashed itself a penalty.
Yeah.
To be expected. I mean, it was. I mean, it was never on.
It wasn't.
Cambranosa into the pits as well. Then there's going to be should be a driver change as well here for the team I'll be racing. Is Flavio Mancini in the pit lane? Is the Wild Things racing team, and there's our favourite 488 as well in the pits.
Yeah, we just brought the 3 hour mark as well.
It's been a long 3 hours with you, mate.
It could be longer.
It's gone quite quick, in all fairness. I've enjoyed it. I've got 9 more hours of this.
Keeps you off the streets. So where are you going? Where are you going tomorrow then? If you've got to travel to Milton Keynes?
Sadly, I'm not going to Simply Motorsport. Simply Race that one. Sadly, not. No, I'm just going out for the day, innit?
In it,
Mate. Yeah, mate.
Yeah, talking like one of the kids, aren't you? Because you're down with kids, aren't you? Street man.
Fully. This is. I mean. I don't think Nottingham has the best reputation in all fairness, but you're from Manchester, so who's really going to complain?
Oh,
hello, Dominic Gieser. Well, that's the first notable bit of damage. His bonnet's up. Is Chris Johansson? Do you think this guy did anything to him? I mean, they were going at it.
No, I don't think they did. I think Dominic must have had another incident somewhere along the line.
I'm sure Mr. Tom Vandermeer can find us something. That doesn't sound promising there with the reaction to our TV director, Mr. Vandermeer.
Ty Carver has just earned himself a stop go 30. He's just been in the pits. So that's speeding out of the pit lane. So we see what happens to Dominic here. Oh!
Did he get tagged in the back?
He got tagged in the back there, so now is that down to net code? It'd be interesting to see which car that was. I think that was the Bytown 360 car, McLaren.
Well, it's fixed now, but that's really not going to do any good. And yeah, the J-Dog Motorsport as well, stop go 30 for speeding into pit lane.
Yeah, so car 24 in 16th place at the moment has got a medium ping, let's say, at the moment. So I wonder if he shot up to a high ping and it caused a bit of netcode and didn't really see Dominic's car there.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. It's going to be a tricky one for the stewards. What would your verdict be?
Guilty as charged.
No, that's just you, mate.
Oh, right, sorry. I'd suspect that'd be a 10-second penalty at the very least.
Yeah, it is a bit of an odd one, in all honesty. Driver swaps as well. We've got new Ambranosa. Which Ambranosa is this? This is
Nelson.
Nelson Ambranosa.
Uncle Nelson, and there we go. Bill Campbell has got a drive-through penalty now. So I don't know whether that's issued by the stewards.
I will check now. I think that could be track limits. So I don't think there's Ty Carver coming in for the stop-go, I believe, as well. He's currently in 4th for the J-Dog Racing, and that he's actually going to do Yeah, that should put Nelson Ambrinosa into fifth, should it not?
Yeah, because Dan Lenson in our favourite car will jump up as well into 4th position.
Oh, yeah, Lenson's back in as well, so then it gets even more exciting. With Dan Lenson, brilliant first in all honesty, he had a class first in, especially with his patience, real endurance, real smart endurance racing from Dan Lenson, and he's back in the car. He can definitely, the 488 is definitely a team that can challenge for a podium later in the race, and we've still not seen the other 2 drivers. I don't believe. No, it's only 3. There's a replay. Is this of the? Yeah, it's the incident here. So he comes across. I think the BMW. I actually think then that Dominic Yees turned in a bit too early there. Thought he was clear and has clipped the front of which got with the number 24 car and just about. So maybe there won't be a penalty for that. That was interesting. What do you think, Mr. Hill?
I think the stewards will review that in a different way than they'll have multiple views to see what they can see, which is obviously a bit of an obvious thing to say. But they'll be able to see whether it was net code or whether Dominic did turn in. And
I've just noticed the number 61 J-Dog Simsport.
They've just acquired another
stop-go penalty.
Yeah.
They would have just served it. I was just questioning, have they served or not yet? But no, I'm guessing it would have been mandatory. As soon as they stop, it would have instantly done it. And so yeah, Ty Carver has gone and given them another stop-go 30. Very close.
Or did they not serve the penalty and do a driver change? Because it wasn't Jeffrey Bray that was in before.
No, it wasn't. It was Ty Carver. So maybe it's still held, and we still don't know what the stop-go 30 is for. I'm guessing speeding of a pit lane. And is this is a lapped car trying to unlap themselves here as well? It's not gonna end well. Just come on. Who's that?
It's Sim Racing Holland. I think it's number 2. Sim Racing Holland number 2. Car 6, is it?
They are not even in the top. They are a long way down, trying to unlap themselves, and they are racing. I mean, what is this? It's a bit dangerous. I mean, I guess you've the right to unlap yourself, but especially in that sort of manner when you are. It's like they're racing for position here, not for a lap back. It's a bit
different, isn't it?
It's a bit wild. It's a bit brash. It's not what you're really wanting. It can risk both your races, and you also have to think about, as I said earlier, you have to think about your teammates. I mean, if you crash there, I mean, your teammates are going to not be too pleased that you've gone and cost you a place because, well, in all honesty, you decided to try and take on a car that's a few laps ahead of you. I mean,
Okay,
they're not even in the top 23.
Dylan, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag Oliver Anderson for a quick chat with you while I go and sort a couple of things out. I'll be back in 5 or 10.
Fair enough, you go get some lunch or something, right.
See you shortly.
Hello, Oliver.
Hello?
How are you, my friend?
I'm fine. It was a little bit rough in the stint.
Conditions weren't the best for you, but overall, how did you think the stint went? Oliver?
Yes. Yes.
Conditions weren't the best for you during that stint. I mean, the rain wasn't easy to deal with. It looked quite heavy at certain points in the race. So how do you think the stint went for you with the weather?
It went very nice, actually. If it wasn't for a slight mistake, I was somewhat keeping up the pace of the car, currently in 4th position. But an unfortunate mistake put me back. The wet wasn't that bad when you have a car that's somewhat decent in the conditions. As long as you have a front-engine car or the Porsche, then you'll be fine. I got stuck in a bit of traffic during the stint, and that killed it a little bit, but it went nicely. We picked up a lot of time and some positions, so wet weather driving is nice for us, at least. Hopefully we'll see more of that later in the race.
You're currently down in a P19. What are really the hopes for the rest of the race? I mean, there's just under 9 hours to go in the race. There's still a very long way in terms of the race. We're not even close to thinking of even halfway yet. And yeah, you've currently got Ronaldo Stewart in the car. You're currently down in a P19 and you're in this little group. You're only... we don't have a time gap to...
roughly half a lap up.
Roughly half, right. So, what are your... For the rest of the race, what are really your team's goals in trying to climb up the order? Where are you hoping to really finish?
Just top 20, we said before the race, but in the first lap we did get turned around and that killed a little bit of the strategy, but I still think we can progress in the standings if some people ahead maybe get in trouble with track limits or accidents. So basically I think maybe 18 or 17th are realistic for us if stuff happens in the race. But as it stands at the moment, we are pretty happy with P19. We still haven't had 2 of our faster drivers in the car, so we'll be waiting to see what they can do in the last 6 hours of the race.
You've not got your quicker drivers in.
No, not yet.
So it still has that hope that there's a lot more to come than P19, and say, especially with like a lot of the lower teams, they may have their best driver in right now, and then it comes back and you can definitely match it, and the potential to maybe push top 15. Or I mean, there's 8 3/4 of an hour left in the race. I mean, there's a lot of time left, especially for incidents, penalties. It's motorsport, it's going to happen. These things all happen, and even because it's sim racing, it's online, there can be things like disconnects, problems happen. We've already had one not finishing because someone's PC decided to pack in.
Yeah,
potential. I mean, anything is on the table. I mean, you could. It seems right now it's far-fetched, but
it's still all to play for.
How long is left in the race?
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said,
anything
it's all
can
to play
happen.
for. I mean, a top 10 is still definitely on the card, especially when you've got your faster drivers to come as well. As long as Ronaldo can keep it on the track, you can. Do you think you could definitely push that with, like, if there's mitigating circumstances and things can happen for other teams? Do you think you could push for a top 10?
No, definitely not. I don't think we have the pace for top 10, but we know some of the cars ahead of us have driver lineups that I think we can match at least, and maybe we are faster. So it's just eating the gap slowly up to the cars ahead, and now we have a car with a drive-through directly ahead of us, so anything is possible.
Yeah, I believe that's the number 61 J-Dog Motorsport. They have just served. Yeah, they have just served that drive-through, and I believe you've actually jumped them. So yes, you're now into P18. And...
So still pretty much all to play for. We can obviously also get stuff like that happen to ourselves. We already got a drive-through from track limits. In the race, I think in the wet they have Kunos have definitely updated the track limits. I lost a lot of time when I got my final warning, and back in the days we used to be able to do much to extend the track a little bit more in the wet and not get these warnings. But it is what it is, and that can happen to the other guys as well. If we can get a little bit of rain also later in the race, that would help us out a lot.
Chris was saying earlier that the threat of rain it's still there. There's probably it's gonna be on and off, so there could be 2 more periods, maybe even more, like on and off showers of the rain. The threat is definitely still there. I mean,
Yes, definitely. And if that happens, then I think we can definitely progress in the standings. We did have a little bit of an issue in the later parts of my stint with the tires not working optimum, even though it was still pretty wet at the time. But with the time we picked up in the beginning, then I think it's definitely worth it, and we will catch up if it rains. So a bit of rain will be nice for us. But
So
now
this
that
guy's a warm track. It's looks like it's a pleasant day to drive, and I bet now you've got these conditions with the sun out. You're probably a bit annoyed that you're not in the car now.
No, I prefer the rain. I'm pretty hard on my tires, and this track are famously known for eating the front lifts, so it's fine with me not driving in these conditions. But now I've been in the car for so long, I haven't really followed the race. How's it going in the top of the standings? Is it close, or do we have a runaway car?
It's been a runaway. The 138 so far has just been absolutely flying as a brilliant TV director Tom van der Meer shows us Simone Iezi in the 138 team racing point. It led from the start. I mean, it's just they've been untouchable. They
are on another planet.
They've been in no man's land the whole race. They got a brilliant launch off the line as well. I mean, we were saying in the sort of pre-show that the threat towards turn 1, because of how long the run is very imminent. There's actually a yellow flag on track. It's car 48 just brought out a yellow on the pit straight, so if we can get a replay of that, Mr. van der Meer, would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, they had a brilliant launch off the line, I must say, and haven't been troubled since. They avoided the turn 1 carnage, and yeah, they've flown off into the distance.
Yeah, not so bad. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you either need to be ahead of the carnage or behind it. For these races, when you are a backmarker team, it's sometimes advantageously not to try and do your best in qualifying, so you have that room to react to incidents in the first corner. Not that any of us would slow down in qualifying, because you get the bragging rights. But, yeah.
I would rather be ahead of the carnage, but I mean, I guess you don't have to be checking your mirrors, but I mean, yeah. Or you could just do what Iezi did and just launched off the line and was
but
3 car lengths clear before turn 1.
But when you know that you are maximum going to start on P20 if you have a very, very good qualifying, then there's a little bit of strategy in it. Although it's a little bit unsportsmanlike to start racing like that, but I definitely think some teams are thinking in those lines.
Well, at the end of the day, it's an endurance race. It's heavily strategy. It's going to be heavily strategy based, especially with the weather. I mean, it's just like it's dangerous chess at the end of the day. It's motorsport is kind of chess at 250 kilometers an hour, and at the end of the day, it's
It sure is. We were discussing much in the week leading up to the race whether or not we would try and fuel save and go for a pit stop less in this race, or whether we should just go full send and try and pick up the time on track. And I think other teams have been in those thoughts as well. At least they should have been, considering and doing the math. So it is quite interesting here at Barcelona with all these things in mind.
Yeah, it's you've had a solid race though, so I mean you should be catching the 992 car up ahead. I mean,
We might.
Is there any chance that you're going to be hopping back in the car, or are you done now?
Yes, when Stuart have finished this stint, then I'll be jumping back in for 2 hours before handing it over to Gabor and Renee. So I'll be back in the car driving, trying not to murder my tires.
It'll be good to see you back, and also hopefully in a week's time seeing you in the TCR as well at Alton Park. That would be it's brilliant seeing you last Sunday as well, in fact.
Yeah, I hope. Fun fact: I was looking at the schedule and thinking Alton was last week, so I'd been practicing on that track. So I went into Knoxville having not done a single lap before the official practice session started. Yeah,
threw me a bit too with the one of the races being delayed, but nonetheless, mate, you have done brilliantly so far. We should be getting Chris Hill back sometime soon. He's just currently taking his break, getting some food in there. We've been in here for, well, he's been doing over 3 hours. I went just before the 3 hour mark to get some food in me. And Oliver Anderson, mate, good luck for the rest of the race. You've had a fairly interesting race so far with your team, and good luck for the rest of the 8.5 hours.
Thank you, and take care of yourself in the commentary booth. And say hi to Chris and tell him that he still owes me that pizza.
Will do.
Thank you.
I do not owe you pizza. He's gone.
I have no idea what that's on about. Do you care to explain?
I will do very shortly. Just let me film it. Get rid of this food out of my mouth.
I can hear you eating. Well, whilst you're doing that, then, Mike Ambronos is in the chat, mate. That was quite a first stint, mate. Someone's also asked to see the 222 Audi, but yeah, Mike Ambronos, that was some comeback driver now into 5th. And yeah, and 23rd into 5th is. This is normally where people end the race, and say you've done it in a quarter of the time is brilliant, as my PC now wants to start lagging out as it's on charge, so...
You're charging your PC?
I'm charging my laptop, yes mate.
Ah, laptop, right, okay.
I don't think you fancy me dying on you, do you?
I don't fancy anybody dying on it, in all honesty. So,
Well.
nah, get it plugged in, mate. Yeah, so I missed the majority of that chat that you had with Oliver there. How did the chat go? How much swearing did he do?
He did no swearing at all. He says he actually really liked the rain. He said he think he did all right, and he says for what they've expected to happen, they're doing better than they thought they would. I mean, he's happy with the race, I think. Not much else. Yeah, comfortable. He'll be back in the car via next driver swap. So they're just hoping to continue the pace and just keep themselves out of trouble. And whilst he was also at it, the number 61 came into the pits for their second drive through and has now dropped down into 19th.
Oh, that's such a pity. It was
Well,
so high up.
Yeah,
Second
I think
place,
I noticed because I think they did do the stop go, because they've then dropped down to 30. They dropped down quite away, and they was in the top 5, and now they've 19th now. So they've gone from starting 4th overall to 19th. They was on the podium as well for most. It was running 2nd or 3rd for most of the race. They've in there and fallen down a bit. And who has joined us?
I've just dragged Jonas Hackler from the Team RNE into the chat, who's currently in 2nd place.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Gonna take this away, Chris, whilst I go and get some charge into my PC before.
Yeah, of course.
Before it starts bugging out a bit and you start getting me disappearing again.
So I'm going to bring Mike Abranosa in as well. So we've got a plethora of drivers in now. So firstly to you, Jonas, how's your race going? Is it as to plan, or are you running behind?
It's been pretty quiet. I'd say we ever since lap 1 we've been driving in no man's land, pulling a gap behind as much as losing to the front. So yeah, we qualified obviously P4, and then we have had the 2 teams from in between P1 and us drop out. So yeah, we're pretty much where we are expecting to be. You know, the 138 car, just very fast around here. So if we can keep P2 to the end, we'll be happy with it. But yeah, otherwise quite a good race. I drove the first stint there and managed to destroy the left front tire quite badly, I remember, and then Robin did a good job of driving in the wet weather. Apparently he was enjoying it too, so not too bad with some rain from time to time.
So at the moment we're running on a track that's now back at optimum after the wet weather, and the track temperature's shot up to 37 degrees. So your tyres, although you destroyed them in your first stint, are they going to last for this next stint?
I'm a bit concerned because we do have our tires are a bit overpressured at the moment. You know, we were not counting on it going straight up to the temperature what it was at the start. So we are running a bit too high pressures for our taste right now, but we'll rectify that for the next stint certainly. But Joe Hayes Jr. is still doing great job with it.
Fantastic. And we've also been joined by Mike Abranosa, who's had that fantastic drive. Have you got anything to ask Mike at all before I start interviewing Jonas? Because he's dropped down to something like 24th position, and he's now back up to 5th.
Well, not too much, you know. You guys seem to have done very well, and just gonna ask if you're planning on catching us this race still.
Yeah, thanks, Jonas, and I hope I got the name right.
Yes.
Yeah, we got really unlucky at the start. I think a little bit of optimism from the guys behind who had a really, great launch. The Aston is not the best off the line, and I think we were 4 wide into the T1. And I was saying to Chris and Nelson, I said, "This is not going to end well."
I wasn't really envious looking at my rear view mirror there going.
Yeah, and next thing I was like, oh boy, here we go. We are sideways. So, yep, we're coming for you. Don't worry. Enjoy P2 whilst you can. Our secret weapon is yet to jump in the car, so...
Okay, so sounds promising. I'm looking forward to seeing you seeing you guys on track again. So
yeah, you're still a good way ahead of us. I think it's about 20-30 seconds, if not more. So yeah, it's gonna be a really tough job to try and catch you. But yeah, have a good race, and maybe we'll see you a bit later.
Absolutely, have a good one. I'll leave you guys to it. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Jonas. So, Mike, you want to talk us through that epic first and second stint of yours?
Yeah, I mean, like I was just saying there, it was getting caught out. T1 was real shame. I think we dropped way back. I don't even know where exactly we dropped to, but I know it was in the 20s, and we had a good little bit of damage over there. So the first stint was just like ride it out, try and make as many overtakes as we could on some of the slower cars, and I think we made some alright moves in the first stint. Stopped for tires, and immediately after the repairs, I think our lap times went from mid-high 46s to mid-45s. So yeah, just really started pushing as much as we could. Saw the rain coming, and that was like, yes, super excited for rain, because that just gives us a good opportunity to catch back up. We know we've been strong in the rain before, especially these kind of changeable conditions. You just call it at the right time and can make up loads of places. And so yeah, I think we got lucky with that. Timed everything well. I can see some folks struggling on their tires as of right now. I think we're in a good spot, and yeah, I made 2 really nice moves. Hoping you got that on stream. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
I'm sure we did see it on stream. I can't recall as
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a moment or two of have I braked too late? And I tell you what, if I could have shifted into reverse to get the car stopped, I would have. But yeah, no, it's going well so far. Nelson's obviously in the car. He's double stinting, and I think we're just keeping up with the 488. They've got good pace at the moment, but really it's all about protecting the tires in the heat, because the tires just go off so quickly. And the Aston doesn't have the biggest fuel tank, so we learned that from the 2.4 hour that we just can't do the 75 minutes. So it's just about maximizing the stints as much as we can, and making progress where we can.
Excellent stuff. Excellent. Well, we certainly have enjoyed watching you race and battle and recover. So we wish you the best of luck for your continued efforts to, as you've just said, catch up to the team RNE and take over their second spot.
Yeah, thank you. We'll see how we go. Absolutely exhausted after what was not meant to be a 3 triple stint. So take a little break, and I might be back on later. I might not. We'll see. We've got 4 drivers for this race, so we'll see how we go.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck to you. Thanks
Great.
for taking the time to come and speak to us.
Great. Thanks, chaps. Have a good one.
Dylan, you're on charge now, are you?
I've got a bit into it. I'm more concerned about Brenoza saying we've not seen their secret weapon yet.
Yeah. So the
I
secret.
thought he was the secret weapon. So
You would,
I mean,
you would think so. I did say to you before they've got a team of fast drivers from
well, I mean,
past experience. Now, the secret weapon was either referring to Chris Vickers himself or their 4th driver for Fabritori. But let's see
seeing as one's from the north, I think I know who I'm going with to be the secret weapon.
Let us see.
Oh. It's been a bit quiet then. I mean, I got news on the yellow flag that was brought out whilst you was vacating to your personal self-care. The 48 just randomly stopped on track. Nothing actually just stopped.
All right. Okay. Perhaps he went to get something to eat.
Maybe. I mean, it'd be a bit of a weird time. I mean, in all honesty, but
You never know. What they stopped for. Might have just had a brake issue or something like that.
maybe his pedal went like Max Verstappen did in the 24 hours of Spa. Yeah.
Perhaps. Who
Maybe
knows?
did a whole sim change.
I tell you who will know. Somebody from that team. If they can enlighten us in the chat.
Yeah,
That'd be
car number
great.
48. Well, it's actually the 47, isn't it? It's the
Team of Volker de Chow.
Racing Dudes Motorsport number 2. Do we still have any news on them about the number incident? How they've got the wrong number?
Yeah, it does. I've been having a chat offline with the team. It does seem that one of their drivers must have joined in the wrong order first, quickly gone out, and then tried joining again. Because it's always the telltale sign if you've got a number 1 up from where you're supposed to be. So it's an unfortunate incident. It does actually mean that one of their drivers can't attend the race as well. Now.
Is that going to be the disqualification, or just that one? They're just going to be down a driver now?
They're pretty much going to be down a driver.
It's a bit unfortunate. That is the 48 car, if I can find them.
Look number 47.
47, yeah, cheers for that.
Racing Dudes Motorsport 2.
I mean, they've only got 1 point for naming the championship, so I don't know if it's going to do that much damage to them. I mean, there's a chance with try and climb up the order, but they've not really been anywhere, really, have they? That put the pressure on, in all honesty. This is the 77 Racing Point. They've slowly made their way up. I mean, excuse me. I can find. It started P7. They're now P9, but I believe they got caught. There was one of the teams that got caught up in the turn 1 incident, and actually, yeah, that's a good call from chat. The number 222 Audi is also in a bit of a fight here with Francesco Casera, I believe. So I will quickly take a minute. So I go and because I can hear my voice going. I'm going to go quickly.
Grab a drink, my friend.
Take some medication.
Okay. Oh, Tom, if you can focus on the car, 222. Please, thank you very much, sir. So driven at the moment by Steve Parker.
I'm back.
And has the 666 got past?
I believe so, by the looks of it. It's an Aston Martin behind. Yes, they have. So they have got past, and we can probably go back to the battle then with the number 12 and number 77. That is the Sim Racing Holland number 1 car, and then the number 77 is the Team Racing Point number 77. As that's a very late optimistic move there by Trappini, and yet that coming from miles away. Oh, Trapazzo gonna. Oh, there's a risk of a reset, an unsafe rejoin there as well, and Carmelo Trappini, that was dangerous, and he brought that upon himself. I'm sure Tom Vandermeer, our excellent TV director, will be getting a replay on that straight away for us. But what was that?
That just looked like a blatant dive bomb, didn't it?
He came barreling in, and thankfully, the number 12 car avoided any contact. Or avoided any major contact, and it was Trappini who basically gave himself an own penalty. Now, would the steward still give him a penalty for the dangerous driving and maybe give him a 5-second, even though he came off worse? And you think there should still be some penalty to kind of be like, look, those moves are. It's almost like having severely harsh penalties, having a drive-through for track extensions, having those severe penalties. It's just like, stop doing it, full stop. Have a look at this one up towards turn 4. Look out, he's a car length back, and oh, it looked like he outbroke him. It looked like he outbroke himself, or number 12 car actually broke early. If we can have an onboard there in the cockpit, because that looked like that was more evasive action there from Carmelo Trappini. That didn't look planned, because he hadn't pulled out.
Almost like he caught himself on the brakes.
Oh, yeah, he was caught napping there. The braking zone came up a lot sooner than he expected, and Trappini trapped himself into a bit of a spin there. So, it's interesting. I mean, with a lot of fans, we ride on board. He got too much overspeed for that move ever to be on. The onboard there makes it look like it was a bit more of a dive bomb, but we'll leave it up to the stewards to see what they have to say.
Well, it'll only be investigated if it's reported. So
that is very true.
And as the car 12 didn't actually lose any positions there, I feel it possibly won't be investigated.
Or Campbell in the number 24 Bytown 360 car. They've had a few penalties today as well, under pressure from the 992. Currently being driven by Paul Nujman as he's trying to go down the inside. Paul backs out of it there, realised the gap wasn't really on, and Campbell holds on and a bit twitchy in the front end there for the Porsche. Up ahead is the Aston Martin. It's the number 11 as well, with Workman in the car there. He's not far up the road either from these lots, so maybe they can put together and try and close it down and close that 3 second. Well, it's not even 3 seconds, it's just under a second here actually. I'm looking at the gap between 14th and 15th, so it's still on it. There's still the potential for these lot to all move up. It was a very close move there by Newman, and I don't. The car slowed down in time, but he was smart to bail out of it and stopping an accident. Very smart driving there by the Porsche driver. Ahead, you can see the number 11 Aston Martin as well. Just looking down the order, Trappini's already back on. It was already on the back of the number 12 car, so he's caught up massively after a spin. That was very good work there by Carmelo Trappini in the 77 Team Racing Point. And as we are approaching the 33% mark, we're nearly a third of the way into the race. It doesn't feel like we've been here for nearly 4 hours, does it really?
It doesn't, and you did really well there. I thought you didn't do that well in your maths exam the other day. You posted that you think you flunked it, but to calculate that it was 33%, I'm really impressed.
Yeah,
I'd have just gone with it almost 4 hours. But yeah, it's flying by today. Track temperatures dropped down 1 degree. Track back
Sky's
up.
darkening a bit as well. I mean, it's only 10 to 4 in game, but there's no sign of. I mean, it says the clouds are coming in, so maybe there's a threat of rain within the next hour again. I mean, that's another thing I spoke about when Oliver Anderson came on the mic. The threat of rain is still there.
It will be to the end of the race.
Looking at the clouds, I think we're probably due another stint of rain at some point. But it wouldn't surprise me in all honesty if we did get a few spots, but there's a bit of an optimistic move being planned out there by William Campbell as he nearly cut most of turn 11 there. It's probably going to be a track extension warning for that. But he's very close and he's getting very feisty and nearly contacting the back as he tried finding a gap through turn 13, and William Campbell really wants to get past this number 11 as soon as possible. Was there a bit of braking through turn number 16 as well, and the Aston Martin's weaving across trying to break the toe, and further back for number 992 stuck into it as well, but pulling out to the left hand side of the track. He's going to have the racing line, but the inside line is going to be in the hands of Workman in the number 11 Aston Martin, but he's just going to secede the position, and Campbell will say thank you very much and take that. And now Workman is under pressure from the 992 Porsche of Newman as they come up through turn 3 as to slam on the brakes a bit there, and there's a bit of contact in the rear of the Porsche is off. What happened there? The number 992 JBP Motorsport car. You could see he was gaining very close to the back. I'm sure we'll have a replay there from our wonderful TV director, but you could see he was gaining, so he had a lot of overspeed. He was gaining quite quickly through turn 3. And with the nature of turn 3 and how it just keeps winding and winding, he had nowhere to go, and I think he caught the back and span himself out. Or could that potentially be netcode? Or I don't know. That's interesting though. And is there going to be damage on that car?
I suspect there will be, because it wasn't just the tagging of possibly the back of another car. He caught the wall as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
So.
And just seen into the pits via 61 J-Dog Motorsport. Why have they come in then? Is that going to be a standard stop, or what are we thinking?
I think it's a standard stop because they've had the stop go, they've changed the driver, they've had another stop go potentially. So let's see what clears now. Let's hope they certainly don't get another stop go for speeding in the pit lane.
No, let's hope not. And I am going to quickly turn the brightness down on my laptop a bit so I can try and save a bit more battery, because I'm that stupid, I just didn't think of that. But anyway, 8 hours and 15 minutes into the race, Dennis Workman lost a position there, and already you can see why William Campbell was so hasty to try and pull ahead from that. Already completely, I mean, it's just look at the guy, was already second and a half ahead, so I'm sure he knew he was losing time and he wasn't going to waste any time making sure he got ahead there of Dennis Workman. But this is Scepter in the number 69. It's the Drunky team currently down in 25th. Where were they before they had their little incident? They was fairly up there, weren't they?
Yeah, but it has just been an instant stream race for them, hasn't it?
That's what happens when you've been drinking.
I don't think we can tarnish the entire team with drink driving.
Well, if you can't compete for the win, you may as well have a bit of a party, in all fairness.
That's very true. Very true. I think this is their 4th driver in the race today so far. So Anthony started, Aaron's been on, and I think Danny DeSwart did some of the rain driving, and now we're in with Kuhn. So. And
here we go. Oh, there's a massive hit. That's Quinton Seal in 3rd place, and he was catching up onto the back there.
That was for position as well.
Hayes Jr. Yeah, he caught up onto the back of the number 169. That is the team RNE, and now he's under pressure. Where's the guy? No, he still will have. He hit the wall there on the inside, so surely he's going to have some damage. But
he is under pressure from the 488.
Oh, is that going off as well?
That was
the 488. The 488 is there, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, that's not. No, that's not for Porsche, is it? It's a red car. Is that for Porsche? I think it is. Yeah. So he actually is under pressure, and I think he might have some damage as well. He's clipped the inside wall. We'll get. No, that's an Aston Martin. That's the 42.
12.
So yeah, that's not the 488.
No. Yeah, I'm completely wrong. Sorry. Yeah, the 42 car. Yeah. So the 42 and 12 car are actually battling as well.
Yeah, as Mike Ambrose just pointed out, it's only 40 minutes post-rain. It seems a bit early to stop, so it's maybe not a scheduled stop. And it's cloudy, so more rain is coming. Yes, probably, but this is Casper Hoggard in the battle for 9th with the number 12 car with Van der Linden. He's tucked into the slipstream. He's very close. We've already seen Casper Hoggard go for one of optimistic moves, so we know he's going to go for this one down on towards turn 1. He's going to get a slight tow from the car up ahead as well, down in towards turn 1. Late on the brakes, bit of traffic, kind of backs out of that one. He's probably learned from his earlier antics down at turn number 5 and bails out of that one. Smartly done. Can he get him up in towards turn number 4? Tucked into the back, and I've just got pings in my ear going. Up towards turn number 4, the traffic gets out of the way, but it kind of blocks the line, but Casper Hoggard could have been able to take, and he will have to just bail out of that one and just stay behind Van der Linden for number 12. It is Frans Van der Linden. Frans Van der Linden, you was actually on about them early, wasn't you?
Yeah, Frans Van der Linden, Sim Racing Holland. Thing. I keep saying a friend of mine, and they are all stepped away from the at the moment, so I can't see what's going on.
Oh, you're going a bit. Your mic's going a bit Humpty Dumpty, but it kept cutting out a bit. So. Yeah,
I do apologise. I'm out of range of my PC at the moment.
He's gone for a wonder apparently, so I've caught him off guard a bit there. He was like, he heard I was on a bit of a waffle, and without warning, has just gone and left me to it. So if he's left me to it, back to the battle then for P9. It's the Sim Racing Holland.
Sorry, in all fairness, I didn't get much warning that the dog was going to run outside as well either.
Is the number 12 Sim Racing Holland and the number 42 DGTL Racing car. Round 2 then, they've got no traffic ahead of them. Casper Hoggard tucked into the slipstream of the number 12. Is he going to be able to have enough overspeed? He pulls to the inside line. Down towards turn number 1, he thinks of it this time. He appeared, and Van der Linden, Frans Van der Linden, wasn't quite expecting him to be there, but he still holds on to position there. Well defended, but probably should have been checking his mirrors. Wasn't expecting Casper Hoggard to go for it that time, but he did, and Frans Van der Linden holds on to P9 just for this moment. Have you retrieved your dog yet, mate?
Yeah, it's back here now. I'm waiting for it to settle down.
Granoza says, there we go, Casper Hoggard just goes through. Was that the number 9 going a bit deeper, or do you think that position was given? That looked a bit weird.
I think Frans may have done the sensible thing there. Realises that Casper's probably a bit faster.
Also driving a bit recklessly as well. It was an optimistic move. Oh, we've got a 5-second penalty for the number 212 cars. Nothing in the penalties chat yet. And we have, 10-second penalty for car 212 causing a collision with car 16 on lap 100. When was that?
About 25 laps ago.
Well, no.
Well, you did ask.
I meant where on track, and did we see the incident is what I meant.
Oh, sorry, you have to be a bit more specific, don't you?
I forgot you were thick.
A bit.
A bit. I'm being generous, aren't I?
Absolutely, yeah. I don't recall actually seeing an incident involving car 212, but...
I think I remember one with car 16, but if you can get onto the case with that one and try and find out. Pardon?
This is a replay of what happened with positions 2 and 3.
Oh, it's this one, I believe.
Just seemed to turn in. Joe Hayes Jr. just seemed to turn in a bit there. Didn't give enough racing room.
Car number 16. Yeah, and car number 16, Van der Mark, that is the 610 Motorsport, car number 16. I was a bit confused for a second. I thought, for some reason, if I can try and find which one it is, if I forgot the team name, for some reason I thought it was the Wild Things Racing team there, because I just saw the black and pinky purple livery.
The replay that we just watched was the Wild Things Racing team, and it was against Team RNE, so it was second and third place who had it coming together.
That's not... right. Right, so this is the reported incident, my mistake. Yeah, I got a bit confused here.
Yeah, we didn't see that.
I'll drive them out the way.
Yeah.
I mean... that's 10 seconds, really? I'd say that seems a bit more brutal, because that was just... not a hint of remorse, really, there. They just kept going. I mean, didn't back out of it, but just kept pushing him and pushing him. That's... 10 seconds seems a bit light for that.
It does, but you've got to rely on the stewards. They probably may have seen something that led up to that incident, and you don't know.
Yeah, it seems a bit lenient, but nonetheless, that is the incident that was on about, and then we've just seen the second and third place cars, their crash as well on the replay. This is Quinton Sill, who's actually gone and got past. He was the one that got taken out, and Hayes Jr. is giving him a position, I think, maybe.
Either giving him the position, or he's won it.
Caught him, yeah.
Or had his own incident and gone off the track. I know it's a bit of a challenge for you.
Karma maybe.
I know it's a bit of a challenge for you, Tom, but if you could find what actually happened to... What a good lad. Look at this. So, yeah.
Here we go. That's
the inside.
down the inside. Brilliant move. Wow. Good move there. I do like Mike Ambranosa's idea, though. He says P1 should get a 2-stop go 30s just to give everyone a chance. They'd still probably end up winning.
I'm going to say the key word is there, to give them a chance.
They'd probably still end up winning as well.
Yeah. Heck. So they're currently leading by 1 lap and 17 seconds.
Trapini and Prince are going at it as well. If we can have a look at that car, number 77 car. 990 just ahead down towards turn 1. Trapini tucked into the slipstream there of Prince down towards turn 1. Does he think about the move he does? He pulls to the inside line, giving him the space. There is the Lamborghini. Prince gives him the space, maybe a bit too much space there. Tries to line up turn 2, but not really well defended there. Prince kind of let Trapini in a bit.
That's another great...
Trapini will say thank you very much.
It's another great team recovery drive, that, isn't it? They were...
yeah, they got caught
15th
turn 1 as well. Snack and Sons, they started P8, and yeah, they were down in the 20s as well, if I remember. So they have done quite brilliantly to have themselves where they are. And Nelson Ambranosa, he's not done as much as Mike Ambranosa did in the first stint, but he's kept himself in the race, not got himself any penalties so far. So right now, that's all that really matters. And he's 13 seconds off the back of Dan Lenson, and in all honesty, there's no shame in that. Lenson did pretty good in his first stint, so he's quite quick, and they've still got their secret weapon. So with potential penalties coming to the 169 car, and they're only 16 seconds up the road from them, I mean, a podium is definitely on the cards here for the 333 team, with the nephew uncle duo in the Team Abbey Racing, with Mike Ambranosa, Nelson Ambranosa, Chris Vickers, who we spoke to earlier, who should be in after Nelson Ambranosa, and Fabritori. So just looking down at the timing screen, I think the only real battle that I can see of on track right now is between Workman and Newman. they're under a second to each other. And they were at it earlier, were they not? If I remember correctly, weren't those two going at it earlier?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, so Newman, Workman got past Newman, and Newman's now caught onto the back of him. If we could get it onto them, he's looking like they're going to be attacking soon, tucked into the slip. Well, he's thoroughly in the slipstream. He's under half a second behind. If Tom Vandermeer can do us a massive favour with that, I'm just trying to look on the minimap where the 992 is. We are coming through the final turn, so yeah, we're going on to the main straight, and then right on cue then, down towards turn 1 we go, tucked into the slipstream is Paul Newman. Trying to attack the Aston Martin, the number 11 were currently being piloted by Dennis Workman. I don't think Newman's going to be close enough for a move. He's not thinking of a dive bomb, smartly done. Takes his time, and nothing really major is going to come of that one so far. Just keeping himself fair. You don't want to risk too many mistakes. You don't want to risk accidents either. So you want smart racing, you want clean racing, and so far we've had this from most of the teams, wouldn't you say there, Mr. Hill?
We have, absolutely. We're 4 hours into the race.
Just under. So yeah, I mean, we've obviously had the odd few instances, but in all honesty, that's going to happen, but none of them seem too malicious. There was no one's had any revenge attacks so far as well, which is nice to see, because quite often in sim racing, you get a bit hot-headed and someone dive bombs you, takes you out, you go right for the throat again, and it makes you no better in all honesty. But up towards turn 10, it's going to be the second attempt, and tucked right into the back is that one of the... Which McLaren's, but I don't think that is for position down the inside. Oh, there was a bit dirty there. I think he's going to give the position back. Is he? No, Newman doesn't give the position back there. If we can have a quick replay on that, that would be wonderful. But yeah, that was very opportunistic.
You're giving Tom a lot of work to do, aren't you?
Well, you're giving us a lot of work to do. We've got to do this.
He's come here for a nice, relaxing day, and you keep asking to do replays.
Of course, mate. A lot of action's going on.
Of course, it is.
We've got to think about the viewers here, mate. They need to be loving this.
I'm sure
we need to
they
try and convince them. We need to try and convince them to give us a pay rise or something. Seeing weaving about there. Oh. That's what? That wasn't the actual. He kind of got boxed in there, didn't he? It was weird. That was not the car that they're in battle with. I'm very confused.
Don't much though, does it?
What?
Hey? Did that come out loud then?
Who was that? Was that a car that slapped him that they hit or something?
Yeah, so that the white and black car at the back there is the number 6 Sim Racing Holland 2 car, who's way down.
Ah, they're down in last.
26.
So,
yeah.
Nonetheless, there could still be a penalty, and now there's a gaggle of 4 cars. I don't really know who's who. Just trying to find it. Oh, there we go. The number 11 moves on the braking a bit there, and Newman will say thank you very much and go through. Very confusing.
The first car in this train, is that not the Team RNE? So they've just put a lap on these guys.
I believe so.
Second is car 992, which is the JPP Motorsport team. And then Workman comes the
yeah.
Mod 11 team. And then the final car in the picture there is the Sim Racing Holland 2.
Yeah, it's... I've just noticed as well, Nelson Ambranosa up into 4th, so Hakola, who... Ah, right. So the 196, that is the Team RNE, they indeed pitted, and Hakola, who we spoke to earlier, is now back in the car. That will explain why Ambranoza is on upper position. As we now approach 33% marker, we are not far in, and that is very weird. That's a back marker as well, kind of holding Nelson Ambranoza, but I don't think he's going to be too pleased with that. Going to be singing the Blue Flag song, Sebastian Vettel style, as we go down the main straight. Hopefully the back marker will yield just before the braking zone, but that was very and stopped.
And Mike Abranoz is saying in chat that the car 169 stopped for a race. So
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yes, because Hakola is back in the car. He was the one who started it, Jonas Hakola. Kept him out of trouble, really, and then who came into the car that caused them their issues? It was, if I can find it,
Joe Hayes Jr.
Joe Hayes Jr., yes indeed. Oh, there's Nelson Ambranoza going off actually there at turn number 5. I was sorting out my sheets and looking at the driver names with the wonderful spotters guide put together by these guys' teammates, Chris Vickers, and big thanks to him for that as well. It's done us wonders throughout the first 4 hours, hasn't it?
Yes, and I would glanced away at the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
I think it's Coon's wife has come into the chat to say something in Dutch, which I assume is go. Good luck, Coon. I'm just guessing.
Not fluent in Dutch, are you?
I'm not, no. And Mark Abranoz are there saying that was a no moment, so it's one of those brown trousers.
I think he just outbraked himself, and he's not going to have done his tyres any good.
No.
Just goes a bit too deep into the corner, and it's starting to lighten up a bit here. The clouds have disappeared, and weather saying we've got a bit of sun for the next half an hour, and the clouds have disappeared. We're back to sunny Barcelona, and hopefully we'll have a nice little sunset at some point.
Yeah, and we're racing into the night here as well, so
Always interesting.
Wouldn't it be nice to have dark rain, or is that just being sadistic?
That would be interesting actually. A bit of night racing in the rain, just to add insult to injury.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, but obviously it came out all from the 1970s, so I do apologise.
Just sounded like how you normally do, mate.
Cheeky young whippersnapper.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the calendar as well. Just interested in for future rounds. Misano, 12 hours of Misano.
Yeah, who's going to put up with that, eh?
It's a cool track. I do really like Misano. It's the only track I've really driven in ACC. I can't stand ACC on controller because I'm poor and don't have a wheel. Misano is a very good track to learn. It's in all honesty, it's not really known for car racing. It's more motorbikes, but nonetheless,
I like Misano, to be honest.
I like Misano as well. It's
my last race there lasted all of 3/4 of a lap. I'd just taken over from my teammate, so I was the second driver. Taken over from my teammate, and straight after the fast bends near the end of the lap, I locked my brakes up and went on the infield, and then got disqualified. Oh. Much to the streamer's delight, Mr. Proudly, he loved it.
A lot of the chat aren't really thrilled with Misano. I don't know why. I like Misano. I actually enjoy driving that track. I may not be everyone else's favourite, but you know what? Enjoyed it. Then there's Donington, which I'm thoroughly going to enjoy for multiple reasons, including when I've been there. Suzuka, which just seems painful. 24 hours. They could have 24 hours of us. Who wants to put up with that?
That may even be for a charity event as well. 24 hours, so watch this space.
Well, maybe 24 hours of Suzuka. If we raise $5 grand, Chris Hill will streak down his street and upload it to XTube.
No, he won't.
Well, it's £5 and it's for charity, mate.
I'll do it for £1,000.
It just sounds like you want to do it.
No, I certainly do not.
No, none of the money's going towards you. The charity isn't you.
Yes, I realise that, but nobody wants to see this. Anyway, moving swiftly on as we see the
Next round of pit stops.
610 Motorsport swapping drivers. Have they swapped drivers, sorry.
Yes, I believe so. I think Jost Verman is now coming into the car.
Patrick Prince comes into the pits, almost tags the wall on his way in.
It's better
Slows
than
down enough
speeding.
that. It is.
I keep getting your PC battery is low. I do care, not on CBS. Have you been watching Semi Made It? What, Mike?
So, Sem is one of our community members, well, in fact, one of our admin team as well. So he's just having a chat in there.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just, like, dancing over at little things. Somewhat paying attention to this race that we've got on. Here's the number 212 car, which in the next stop will have a 10-second penalty to serve for quite like what they did, really. They just rammed someone off the road. It's that's simply they didn't care.
So I think that was them unlapping themselves there as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, that is one of the.
That's Bart Vering.
That's one of the racing team Netherlands, the Sim Racing Holland team, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
Hey, I'm getting good at this.
By the end of it, you'll know everybody's name, everybody's team, be able to pronounce them all.
I don't go that far, mate.
Oh, okay then.
Very optimistic. I'm not getting paid enough to learn the names.
You're
Not
getting
getting paid at all.
I'm going to say,
Yeah.
you're getting paid for when that happened.
I spoke to Mr. Proudly about some stuff, mate. He's chucking me a £5 Waitrose voucher so I can get a grand total of nothing from Waitrose.
Ask him if you can have a 10p mix-up.
I don't think you can get them anymore. You're showing
10p.
your age here a bit.
10p mix-up probably costs you about £4 nowadays.
You're showing your age.
I am
here,
old.
Chris.
I don't know how many times I've got to tell you.
45 years stupid.
52.
52. You grandpa.
Nope.
How do you spend your weekend? I spend it talking to a 16-year-old all day. Doesn't make you look good.
No, it doesn't really, does it?
You a bit more context needed. I did some commentating with a 16-year-old.
16-year-old kept berating me on stream.
He got bullied by a child who's just done their GCSEs.
I don't know.
Oh, could be worse. Mr. Proudly could be joining us.
Hey, mate, you never know.
Chris is aged like a fine wine. I wouldn't say fine, but see him more as a Bud Light or something. Yes, we are going to be switching channels as well. Well, not channels, we're going to be switching streams as we are approaching that mark where it's a bit too far ahead, I guess, because, I mean, it's a 12-hour race. Once you get to the 12-hour mark, YouTube says no thank you. So we are going to be switching to part 2 of the stream very shortly now, probably. So join us a few minutes where we'll have this part 2 up for the second half of this race. So if you don't join us back, I've been Dylan Pick. Thank you, Chris Hill, for joining me, and thank you to our TV director, Tom Vandermeer. But I do assume most of you will be coming across to the second stream, so we will see you in a few minutes.